because they're coming in from the... Right. I don't know how I say Diamondback.
Yeah, that's the whole idea.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Even Diamondbacks were saying they'll move up in the rankings.
Yeah, they will. They'll take them down too.
Right. Right. Better proceeding, right? Yeah, they have 2 sixes.
The advantage of knowing the team, I guess.
Yeah, right. Because I would have known that.
And I won't know it on the bus driver.
Right.
Test, test.
I think that says Dale.
First guy? one was 27.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey boys, come on now. Do what you do best here. Get on that knee. Up the bus. Up the bus. Let's go. Go. Yeah.
Oh, they took 9 to 10 today. Could have at least given us an umbrella. We get it to 10
One,
sucks.
2, 3. Quick inning here. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Let's go.
Welcome to the Men's Canadian Championships hosted by Softball Canada and Slow Pitch Ontario here at Slow Pitch City in Dorchester, Ontario. We are on the 7th and final day of the championship tournament. The game we're about to begin is between Aftershock from Ontario and the Bus Drivers from British Columbia. This is an elimination game. The loser is done, and the winner will move on to play the Nova Scotia Voyagers in the semifinal. The Orioles from Ontario are sitting in the finals waiting for the winners of these two games prior to the 12 o'clock final. We have Kyle Reinders pitching for the Shock. And we have Mimo at the plate for BC. Batters have a 1-1 count to start. Counts 2-1 now. Mimo with a fly ball out to right field, first out. Connor Prentice up to bat. Connor Prentice was awarded top hitter of the round robin part of the tournament. Reinders, the pitcher for the Shock, in my opinion, one of the toughest pitchers to hit. Prentice with a home run to center field, 1-0 Bus Drivers. I was speaking about Reinders, how he's one of the toughest pitchers to hit from. He has a unique delivery. He is opposite of most pitchers. He starts off with a quick wind up and then he slows down as he releases the pitch, where most pitchers are opposite, where they start slow and a little bit of velocity at the end. Single between third and short. Ren Visser on first base. The other thing Reinders does as well, he may not do it here because the home plate umpire, Barry Luscombe from Ontario, is very familiar with Reinders, the pitcher. Kyle Reinders, he'll climb as high as he can until the umpire calls a legal pitch for going higher than the 12-foot arc allowed. Barry Luscombe, the home plate umpire, Ed Solarowitz at first, and TJ Reynolds at third base. All umpires from Ontario. Barry Luscombe from St. Thomas, Ed Solarowitz, Woodstock, and TJ Reynolds, St. Catharines. Kiefer Jackson with the walk, runners on first and second. Jesse Peters at the plate. Peters, the right fielder for the Bus Drivers. Both teams have had some strong results at prior Canadian Championships. The Bus Drivers were the finalists last year out in British Columbia. The Cardinals from Alberta were the champions. Double play ends the inning. So we got Aftershock coming out of that inning virtually unscathed. So Bus Drivers last year, finalist at the Canadian Championships of the Cardinals. The championship before that, which was in 2019, Aftershock were the champions of that tournament, winning in Moncton, New Brunswick. If anybody's watching and nearby the London area, come out to Slow Pitch City, Dorchester, Ontario. Just take the 401 and the Elgin Road cutoff, and you're at the park within 5 minutes from the Elgin cutoff. Even quicker than that. The park is located on Slow Pitch Road. John Berneman, the pitcher for the Drivers. Leadoff hitter for the Aftershock is going to be Chris Mullins. Mullins, one of 4 players from Ontario that played on the border battle team for Softball Canada. This is Mullins' first year on the Aftershock. He's playing with a team last year called the Spartans out of Ontario. Mullins takes a pitch for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. We have a full count on Mullins, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Deep pitch for ball 4. Ryan Yakura, Aftershock. Yakura is one of the main coaches for the team. Don't be fooled by Yakura's small stature. He has a lot of power. So not only does Yakura have a lot of power, but he's a very smart player. As you see, all he was looking for is to hit a single opposite field, move the runner to third base. So now we have runners at second and third for Riley Wheeler. Wheeler, the big difference from him last year to this year is that he has more patience at the plate. Traditionally a baseball player who's come to play slow pitch, just turned 18 years old this year. He has more patience and he's selective on the pitches he swings at. Last year I felt he was swinging at pretty much the first pitch that was thrown if it was near the mat. Bus Driver's not happy with that illegal pitch called by home plate umpire Barry Luscombe. And Wheeler takes first base. This is the perfect storm for the batter coming up now. Harry Perkins. Harry Perkins won one of the hardest swings in the men's A division. It will not be a surprise if Harry knocks this out of the park for a grand slam. This is Perkins' role on this team is the base runners get on before him and he hits it out. But Perkins, ground ball to second base, luckily to stay out of a double play. Aftershock score 1, and Perkins is at first base on a fielder's choice. Jeremy Roy up to bat. Funny story about Jeremy, I ran into his father, Eddie Roy, earlier in the week. I never knew Eddie was Jeremy's father, but I've known Jeremy all along. And single by Jeremy up the middle. Perkins trying to get to third. Perkins called out at third base for the second out. Getting back to Jeremy Roy. His father Eddie, him and I played hockey against each other for many years up in Northern Ontario. So it was nice seeing Eddie. Rondo at the plate. Aftershock has a very fast team, and Rondo's one of those guys that can get around the bases real quickly for Aftershock. He's not happy with the pitch. He felt it was a little low. He's going to talk to Mr. Luscombe, the umpire, about that. Step out, take his time. Brenneman likes to pitch a fast pitch game. He doesn't take too long to throw his next pitch, so that may have thrown him off his rhythm. Ground ball hit to the shortstop. Error on the bus drivers. Garrett Weiss not coming up with the ball. Justin Strachan up to bat. Strachan, the first baseman for the Shock. Brenneman gets in a rhythm with his pitching, but throws 3 balls. Strachan's at first base. Two out, bases loaded. We have Cam Hall up to bat.
Or Aftershock. 87 is out, 21 is in.
Okay, so because the bases are loaded and Cam Hall is not a home run hitter, they've taken him out of the lineup before he's even had one at bat, and they're putting Bob Henning in. Bob Henning and Harry Perkins are the two guys the Shock rely on the most for the home runs. Henning, also a former Border Battle player from this year, played at the Border Battle tournament in Cleveland, Ohio just a month ago. So we'll see if this pays off for the Shock, if Henning can hit a grand slam and score 4. Bus drivers with the fly ball to end the inning. Well, Shock played the percentages. Not a bad gamble, it just didn't pay off. Cam Hall going back in for defensive purposes. Cam Hall, very quick outfielder, has a lot of range out there, so the Shock need him out there. Hall's the center fielder for the team. It's huge to set the tone in the first inning for a team. Bus drivers with only 1 run in the first inning and the Shock 2, so both teams are lucky that one team didn't come out exploding in the first. Still have a close game after 1 inning. The Aftershock team, they've been around for probably, I would say, less than 10 years now. But they've become one of the stronger teams in Ontario. And as I mentioned earlier, won the Canadian Championships in 2019. teams flip players quite often, especially in Ontario. And a lot of it is dictated by teams that qualify for Canadian championships. Players want to play at the Canadians, which we're at this week. Yakura fields the ball. Throws a little high, but Strack reaches up, and we have the ground out at first base. Extra hitter Jason Smeaton at the plate. Smeaton with a single up the middle. A little too high for Rangers to reach. I failed to mention in the last inning about Kyle's defensive part of the game. Very strong with his glove, and really helps the Aftershock infielders field ground balls up the middle. Mitch Dornblatt, a home run. Weiss, the shortstop for BC, right-handed hitter. I think Rangers was surprised he didn't stab that one. Reached his glove up a little bit too late. Might have been a little high for him as well. Pitcher John Berneman at the plate.
Hey guys, come on now, get it out.
3-2 bus drivers, top of the second. Strike call by umpire Barry Luscombe. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ball hit in the gap. Rolling to the fence, scores a run with a stand-up double. Bus drivers take a 4-2 lead. Berneman coming out of the game for Andrew Quill. And he's coming out of the game as the temporary runner. Temporary runner rule for the pitcher. When the pitcher reaches base with 2 outs, they get a free runner so they can come in and put on their protective gear. Foul ball. The park was packed here last night for the undefeated game. It was deceiving how many fans were here because the park is spread open. The fans were deep, mingling all the way down both lines. And it actually worked out really well for both divisions because the games ended at different times, so there was a big crowd at both games, but then when the men's game ended before the women's undefeated game, everybody shifted over to the women's game, and they had a really large crowd as well. Sean Jackson with a full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Beautiful single over Rondo's head at second base. And it scores another run for the drivers. Bus drivers up 5-2. Top of the second. Winner of this game goes to the semifinals against the Nova Scotia Voyagers. Voyagers, strong team. An underdog that has really outperformed this week. They may argue the fact with me on that. But it's nice to see a Nova Scotia team go as far as they have this week. Looks like they're going to discuss a call on the diamond here. Aftershock felt like they could get a double play here. Got the three umpires getting together. See Luscombe, Reynolds, and Solarowitz discussing the situation. I believe they're going to call interference here, but we'll see the outcome. What happened was Shock were trying to turn two. The runner at first, Shock wanted an interference call on him, but it looks like after discussion, they're saying there was no interference, and the runner's safe at first base. Coach Donnie Vergillo really being animated with the home plate umpire, Barry Luscombe. Rangers felt that there was going to be interference on that for sure. He walked right off the diamond. He was already in the dugout. So now he has to go back out and pitch. Connor Prentice up to bat, home run his last at bat. Prentice with a shot in the gap, hits the fence. It's going to score a run. BC on top, 6-2, top of the second. Prentice with a stand-up double. Ren Visser up to bat. Shock want to get out of this inning before the difference in runs becomes significant. Right now it's still 6-2. Deep pitch for a ball. 2 balls, 1 strike. Single between short and third is going to score another run for the Bus Drivers. Bus Drivers formed around 10 years ago. A lot of their players back then were from Chilliwack, BC. They started out as a recreational team and just grew from there. It's remarkable that they're playing A just in 10 years' time, and they were the finalists last year at the Canadian Championship, so remarkable to them. Mike Neufeld, the coach of the Bus Drivers, also was the assistant coach for the men's border battle team in Cleveland, Ohio. Coached with Mike Hernenko, who helps out with the Alberta Cardinals. Shock having a conference. Each pitcher gets 2 conferences in a game. This will be the first one. If they go out for a third time with this pitcher, Rangers would have to come out of the game. Shock breaking it up. I think a lot of this conference had to do with breaking up the momentum of the Bus Drivers. Two things that I really see happen a lot in this division is momentum. Teams really get on a roll and score a lot of runs, so Shock are trying to break up that momentum. The other thing that happens is When there's an error with 2 outs, more often than not, it kills the team, and the teams rally for more runs. Single up the middle. We have runners at first and second now for British Columbia. Jesse Peters. Runners on first and second. Double to center field, scores 2 runs. British Columbia up 8-2.
Weiss, come on! Weiss, come on! Come on, Weiss! Come on, Weiss! Come on, Weiss!
Justin Wise, outfielder from British Columbia. Foul ball. Another long shot. Home run. Scores a couple more for BC. 10-2 lead, top of the second. BC bus drivers over Aftershock from Ontario. It's nothing for these teams to score 10 runs or more in an inning, so even when you see a 10-2 score, it's not out of hand, and it's still early, top of the second inning. Fly ball out to right field for the third out. So after an inning and a half, BC bus drivers 10, Aftershock 2. And we're back here at Slopich City Canadian Championships, hosted by Softball Canada in Slopich, Ontario. Dorchester, Ontario, just 15 minutes east of London, Ontario. We're on the 7th and final day of this tournament. We began last Sunday at 9 a.m. and just rolling through the tournament here this afternoon on Saturday. Single by Bryce Campbell. Kyle Reinders, formerly from the Ottawa area, has moved out to the KW area now. So lives about an hour away from this location. Well, they're having a discussion here about the last pitch. Coach Mike Neufeld out arguing that the ball clipped the mat for a strike, and umpire Barry Luscombe is saying it did not. umpires a different angle than the coaches do. Berneman with the pitch. And we have a ball, and Reinders goes to first base on the walk. Reinders, being the pitcher, gets the temporary runner. Chris Schneier goes out to run for Kyle Reinders. Daniel Lee at the plate. Daniel Lee, versatile infielder, plays first base, also middle infield. Pops up. Fly ball out. Schneier remains at first base. Leadoff hitter Chris Mullins. Sorry, Chris Mullen. Fly ball out to right field, second out. Ryan Yakura. Last at bat for Yakura, opposite field single. See if he tries to do the same and hit behind the runner. Last time successful, moved the runner all the way to third base, and he ended up getting a stand-up double. Takes the first pitch for ball two. 3 balls, 1 strike. We have a full count on Yakura. And he pops it up. Pop up to the first baseman, Mitch Dornblatt, for the third out. So after 2 complete, we have the bus drivers 10, Aftershock 2. Coach Mike Neufeld not successful talking to Barry Luscombe, the home plate umpire, about his dispute, so he went and talked to umpire Ed Solarwitz at first base. I'm not sure what. I don't know if they're still talking about the disputed call about the pitch hitting the mat or not hitting the mat. I would think they're talking about something else now. It's all about the game within the game, right? You're trying to get in the umpire's head, influence them a little bit, make them think about things, and sometimes that works in your favor. It's only human nature. The umpire will think about things that players are bringing their attention. Mitch Dornblatt. Dornblatt with a shot over the third baseman. Single. Shortstop Garrett Weiss coming up to bat. On deck batter is John Berneman, the pitcher. Weiss at the plate, Dornblatt on first. BC bus drivers up 10-2, top of the third. Single to center field. Dornblatt at second, Weiss at first, and we have the pitcher John Berneman up to bat. It's important Shock shut down the bus drivers this inning, or at least contain them to only a few runs. They're losing by 8 now after 2 innings. They have their work cut out for themselves. Bus drivers fly ball to center field. moves the runners to second and third. Bus drivers obviously thinking we have an 8-run lead right now, and let's really put our foot to the floor and increase that lead. Make it really difficult for the Shock.
Hit it hard. Trust your hands. Hit it hard. There you go. Swing hard. Good things happen. Let's go.
Center field. And it's to the fence for a stand-up double. Scores a run. And we have runners at second and third now. 11-2 BC Bus Drivers over the Aftershock. British Columbia Bus Drivers versus the Aftershock from Ontario.
Let's go, Jay. Let's go, Jay. Let's go, Jay. First swing, bud. Let's go.
Yakura with a body block to keep it in the infield, but with no avail. Runner safe at first. Drivers score another run. Bus drivers up 12-2 now.
Let's go, Cod. One CP. Hey, let's go, Cod. Let's go, Cod.
Connor Prentice.
Hey, your time. Your time. Let's go.
Prentice with a home run, his first at-bat today. Prentice with a long ball out to center field for a home run to score 3, increases the lead to 15-2. Aftershock are really going to need to come out hitting in the bottom of the third, otherwise they could be in trouble of losing this game by mercy. Coach Donnie Regillo going out to Kyle Reinders. This is his second conference out to Kyle. That is all that the Aftershock are allowed going out to the pitcher. If they try to go out a third time, Reinders will have to come out of the game from the pitching position. So they're having a full team conference now. They may even they're gonna change pitchers. Yeah. Bryce Campbell's gonna come in and pitch. So Campbell will come in to pitch. Reinders will go catch. And I'm going to see what they're going to do with Wheeler. They haven't made the changes official yet, but you can see it developing as the conference goes on. And as I said earlier, a lot of it is momentum, and Reinders, one of the best pitchers in the men's A division. It's not about what he's doing, it's just about changing it up, trying to disrupt momentum from the BC Bus Drivers, because they have a strong hold on this game. 15-2, top of the third.
Hard swings. Let's go. Push the 20. Push the 20.
Top of the third inning, Bryce Campbell coming in to pitch for the Shock. The Rangers moving to the catching position. Wheeler is going to play third base. So no official changes to the batting lineup, just some defensive changes for the Shock. Randvisser trying to keep this momentum rolling for the BC bus drivers. Beautiful stab by Ryan Yakura, the shortstop. Kiefer Jackson coming up. Jackson, the left fielder for the bus drivers. Mercy rule for this division is if a team's up by 15 runs after 5 complete, the game is over. If they're up by 20 runs after 4 complete, the game is over. Or if they're up by 25 runs after 3 complete, the game is over. So Aftershock get out of the inning, changing up the pitcher works, disrupts momentum. Rondo fields the ball on a ground out from second base to first to end the inning. And we're back here at Slow Pitch City, home of the men's and women's Canadian Championships. We're here in Dorchester, Ontario. Come down if you're close by. We have some fantastic games to be played today. The finals at 12 o'clock, and the if necessary at 1:30 if it's required. The winner of this game between the BC bus drivers and the Aftershock will play the Nova Scotia Voyagers. Riley Wheeler, the 18-year-old for the Aftershock, long foul ball. Oh, Wheeler with a miss hit, pops it up in the air. Center fielder for the drivers with the first out. The Shock really need to get things rolling to make a game of this. If they come up with a goose egg in this inning, it is going to be very difficult for them. Coach Donnie Vergillo getting in Barry Luscombe's head. He needs to do something to shake things up. Harry Perkins. Big home run hitter for Harry, but he popped up grounded out last time. Single up the middle. Actually, it was Harry that hit the fielder's choice last inning, sorry. Jeremy Roy at the plate. Jeremy played on a team called the Canucks, who had somewhat success at Canadian Championships in previous years. Jeremy with a hit up the middle. Error on BC. Could have resulted in a double play, but Aftershock benefited and have runners at first and second now. to bat. Rondo with a hit down right field. Stand-up double. Scores a couple. Scores Perkins and Roy. Makes it 15-4. Justin Strachan up to bat. Earlier this week, I had a woman come up and approach me. She was asking me where the Aftershock were playing, and I looked at her a little more closely. It was Justin's mom, Donna, who I've known for years, who used to play a lot of co-ed ball with her son, Justin. So it was great seeing her. She's still at the park, and I see her every day cheering on her son. Bus drivers need to come up with those balls. They're letting Aftershock back in the game. Cam Hall coming up for his first at-bat. He was pulled earlier for Bob Henning. Cam Hall coming in. First at-bat. Cam Hall, super fast runner, great center fielder. Former player of Game On Mobile. Game On Mobile was a team in the men's A division for many years. Two balls, two strikes. Beautiful hit by Hall. Squeezes it between the first baseman and the fair foul line for a stand-up triple. Strack comes all the way in to score from first base. I apologize, sometimes I use nicknames because I know these players so well from umpiring them for so many years. Justin Strachan scoring. Bryce Campbell, the pitcher now for Aftershock, at the plate. Outside pitch for ball two. Pitch was short and low. Catcher wanted a strike on that. 3 balls, 1 strike to Bryce Campbell. Strike on Campbell. Single, Bryce Campbell scores in a run for an RBI. Cam Hall jogs in ever so softly to score. Okay, so they've taken Kyle Reinders out for John Beck. John Beck coming in to swing. John Beck played on the Aftershock last year and has changed and plays for the Naturals this year, which is another team that was in this tournament who are eliminated, but the Aftershock still being in the tournament. A little awkward, John Beck playing for a team that he played on last year against his team that he played for this year. Beck lives in Port Colborne, and tremendous bat speed. He's in the lineup to hit a home run. We'll see what happens. Line drive out to left field with a single. Strategy pays off. John Beck, who's at first now, just hit the single. I've been umpiring him in the Niagara area since he was a teenager. His mom was coaching him, and his mother is the first person that ever came to ground rules and gave me a kiss and said, "Have a good game, Umpy." This is back when John was a teenager. Still laugh about it to this day. Brett Foisey up at the plate. This guy hits home runs just by mistake. We'll see what happens here. Double play. Bus drivers get out of the inning. All my predictions today are not happening. Players are making me look bad. Foisey is one of the Aftershock players that comes into the lineup to hit home runs, and that's what the Shock were trying to do there, but it didn't pan out. Bus drivers are up 15-7 after 3 complete innings. We'll see what the Shock are doing now regarding changes defensively. Bryce Campbell still pitching for the Shock, and of no surprise. So Shock down by 8 runs now. I was talking to Coach Mike Neufeld of the Bus drivers before the game, and he was saying we got a tough game here. They didn't expect to see Bryce Campbell pitching because Rangers pitches all the time, but when they got all those hits off Rangers, it was just natural for the Shock to make that change and put Campbell in. Jesse Peters at the plate, right fielder for the BC Bus drivers. Foul ball down the right field line. You see a lot of people down the lines. The park is going to continue to fill up over the course of the day as the games become more important. We're in the quarterfinals here. The winner of this game plays the Nova Scotia Voyagers. Voyagers coached by Bliss Walton, a former men's A player who now coaches the team. And we got a single by the drivers up to center field. But more on the Nova Scotia Voyagers and Coach Bliss Walton. Bliss, I've known for a number of years, used to play men's A, and he, one of the greatest personalities in the game, so polite, actually a fisherman out in the Maritimes. But we'll talk more about him when they play next game against the winner of this one. Home run, gone to score 2 runs. Justin Wise with the shot. Extra hitter Jason Smeaton at the plate. Traditionally, most teams have a lot of right-handed hitters, but I find the BC Bus drivers more so than almost any other team. Strike call. We got 3 balls, 2 strikes. Smeaton. Single off the fence, and we have an out at second base. Smeaton trying to stretch his single into a double. Umpire Eddie Solarowitz calling him out at second base. Smeaton taking off the batting gloves in disappointment. First baseman Mitch Dornblood up to bat. Strike call, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Fly ball. Number 21, shortstop Garrett Weiss. Bouncer up the middle, too far for Campbell and out of Yakura's reach. Single for the BC bus drivers. Pitcher John Berneman. Important player for the BC bus drivers. Great pitcher. Doesn't take his time when he pitches either. Another single. Center field. We have runners at the corners now. Number 11 hitter Sean Jackson. Second baseman for the bus drivers. Hit in the hole between short and third. Scores 1, and we have runners at the corners once again. Leadoff hitter, center fielder Mimo at the plate. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 out. Twos across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Gamble by Cam Hall. Looks like we have an inside the park home run. Big gamble. It skipped just before Hall, but he couldn't pick it up, and Mimo with an inside the park home run. As soon as Cam committed, there was no outfielders to cover him up. As most men's A teams, they play 3 outfielders, so the right fielder and left fielder are so far away that they can't cover up the center fielder on a direct hit right up the middle. So Cam Hall had to retract back to the fence. And by that time, it was too late. The bases had cleared. 21-7 BC bus drivers over Aftershock. Top of the 4th inning. fly ball. And it ends the inning for the third out. We have a 21-7 score after 3.5 innings for the BC Bus Drivers. Slow Pitch City, home of the men's and women's Canadian Championships. We are here with the British Columbia Bus Drivers versus Aftershock. Leadoff hitter Chris Mullen at the plate for Aftershock. Shock down by 14 runs, 21-7 after 3.5 innings. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Shock need to put some serious numbers up on the board to stay alive. Mullen wanted a legal pitch for no pause. I said earlier that Berneman pitches quickly. He doesn't pause too long. He pauses the minimum 1 second or even shorter, and Mullen felt he was caught off guard with no pause and wanted a legal pitch, but Berneman got away with one there. Mullen with a base hit for a single. Mullen still chirping umpire Barry Luscombe at the plate. Ryan Yakura also talking about it with the home plate umpire right now. Aftershock are going to do everything it takes to get back in this game. They down by so many runs, they need every advantage they can get. BC Bus Drivers not letting off the gas. They've put up some good numbers every at-bat. They've played some solid defense, few errors, but we've got a player that's injured. He's got some blood, I think, on the elbow, so umpire TJ Reynolds is allowing him to go in to get it cleaned up. So he'll have a reasonable amount of time to clean that up. If he can't get it done within a reasonable amount of time, then he'll have to come out of the game. But we'll see what's going to happen here. Coach Mike Neufeld taking care of that. So as we have a little bit of a break in the action, I want to talk a little bit about this tournament. So the Canadian Championships are hosted by Softball Canada, and each year a different location bids for the tournament. This year Slow Pitch Ontario bid for the Canadian Championships and was awarded. Slow Pitch Ontario has hosted this championship quite a few times. The last championship here was in 2015. Prior to that, we held the championships in 2011 and 2012 here at this park. This park here, Slow Pitch City in Dorchester, it's a unique layout. There's a lot of trees, a lot of shade, 8 diamonds. The diamonds are spread out. You continually hear people that walk into this park for the first time talk about, wow, this is a cool place. Even pulling into this park, you pull off the highway and you make your first turn, your first left, and you're on a road called Slow Pitch Road, and it looks like you're driving into a campground. There's an arch that you drive through that welcomes you to the park, and then you make this curve, and then all of a sudden it opens up into the parking lot. So we have the bus drivers all patched up and ready to go. We got Yakura up to bat. Single over Weiss. Yakura moves Mullen to second base. Wheeler, 18-year-old Riley Wheeler with a big hit. Riley with a stand-up single, scores one, moves another runner to second base. Aftershock chipping away 21-8. Still a long ways to go. BC bus drivers came out to play today, scoring 21 runs in 4 innings. Aftershock hitting in the bottom of the fourth. 2 runners on. Perkins up to bat. Perkins with a shot to center field, deep. Home run, scores 3. Perkins, great guy. I hung out with him last year actually at the Hamilton airport for quite a while waiting for our flight. We were both going to a tournament in British Columbia, and we were talking quite a bit, and I got to know Harry quite well, even though I knew him before that. An avid fisherman. If that guy's not playing slow pitch, he's out on the water. Jeremy Roy at the plate. Jeremy Roy with a single between short and third. I was talking about Jeremy Roy's father earlier, Eddie Roy. His uncle Darcy Roy used to play with a team called Pro Team in Men's A, who were one of the strongest teams, and a lot of the players from that team called Pro Team are now on the Orioles, which are waiting to play in the championship game today. Jeremy's uncle Darcy Roy, fantastic hockey player. Darcy Roy played for the Ottawa 67s, won a Memorial Cup. One of his teammates was former NHL goalie Darren Pang. Got Rondo up the bat, foul ball. 2 strikes on Rondo. You may notice that a lot of the ground ball singles are up the middle. Players are looking for the hole, and when they see that hole up the middle, they're trying to put it through there. I remember asking a friend of mine who used to play in the division, Jeff Filardo, he played for the O's, and I would ask him, how do you know where you're going to hit? He usually picked 2 spots depending on the pitch, and he goes, umpires are usually the ones standing in the hole because we're standing away from the defensive players. So a lot of times the umpires are in danger because the players are aiming for them to try and get their singles through the infield. So it's an outside pitch. They've got a certain spot they want to hit. If it's an inside pitch, they're going to adjust and hit it to the other spot. So it gives them a couple options when they're hitting. Strachan at first base with a walk. Moves Rondo to second with Cam Hall up to bat. Hall needs to hit a gap and move some runners and maybe score 1 or 2 runs. Two out, bases loaded. See what Cam Hall can do here. This would have been a scenario where if they didn't do it earlier, Cam Hall would have been pulled for Bob Henning. They still could do that, but they're saving their options. Single. Single changes to a double. Cam Hall at second base scores 2 runs. Strachan moves over to third base. 21-13 BC Bus Drivers. Pitcher Bryce Campbell at the plate. Oh, looks like we're going to have a conversation. Coach Mike Neufeld coming out. Feels basically doing the same thing Aftershock did earlier, trying to disrupt momentum. So the whole team's in. When they have a conversation in the middle of the infield, look how many players are in there now. They have the catcher, they have the pitcher, they have all the infielders with the extra infielder there. Virtually the only people who aren't there are the 3 outfielders. So Neufeld probably just had something real quick to say to his team. See if they can get themselves out of this inning. Campbell with a fly ball. Runners are tagging. Strachan scores. Cam Hall slides in safely at third base. John Beck. Well, the teams here are allowed 7 home runs, so they still have room for more. I'm sure John Beck's going to try and hit it out, and he's very capable of doing that. But he's just going to swing the bat hard, and hopefully the result is favorable for him. Foul ball, they let go. Oh, looks like he caught it in play. Tag up, Cam Hall scores. I lost it in the corner there. I couldn't see that the outfielder could catch that there. Daniel Lee. Two balls, 2 strikes. Pop up. Ends the inning. So after 4 complete, we have the BC Bus Drivers 21 and Aftershock 15. It's been a full week of slow pitch here. We've had a couple of days with some bad weather. Tuesday, the rain came down heavy. It shut us down mid-afternoon, and then we came back to the park at 8 o'clock at night, rounded up the day. We stayed here till 1:30 in the morning on Tuesday, came back early Wednesday morning, another 1:30 a.m. finish on Wednesday night, got our games caught up, and now we're here on the final day of the championship. I'm going to correct myself on the score. The BC Bus Drivers up by 7, 22-15 after 4 complete. I was asked the other day, many people know I'm a former umpire, umpired many of these championship games, and I was asked, do I miss umpiring? I sure do, especially the big games. Last night when I was watching the undefeated game, big crowd. Everybody's into it, a lot of pressure on the plate umpire. Those are the games I really love doing. I can't explain it, but you get a real adrenaline rush umpiring at this level. Fly ball. There's always something to say about being involved in a sport at the highest level. Doesn't matter what you're doing, if you're playing, you're officiating it. In order to be a part of that is something special. And I certainly miss the umpiring part of it. I had my turn. I was at 13 of these championships, but time for me to step aside and let others have the fun. Strike on the batter, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pop up. Yakura comes in at the last minute to take it. There was miscommunication between Rondo and Yakura. And Yakura thought Rondo was going to take it at the last minute. Changed his mind. And Yak, sorry nickname again, Yakura came in and made the catch. Perfect hit for Jesse Peters, stand-up double, impossible to defend. Ball hit to the opposite field, slicing right down the right field line. Outfielder Justin Wise. BC bus drivers up by 7, top of the 5th, 22-15. John Beck has come in to catch. Campbell gets his glove on it, just enough to stop it. Quick throw to Justin Strachan for first base. They get out of the inning unscathed. Score remains 22-15. Bus drivers over Aftershock. We're back here at Slopridge City, Dorchester, Ontario, home of the Canadian Championships. We have both divisions playing right now, the women's division on Diamond 2 and the men's division on Diamond 1. If you're nearby or you want to make the drive out to the London area, Dorchester is just 15 minutes east of London, Ontario at Slopridge City, just off the highway. Mullen last time at bat was not happy with the home plate umpire, and again he is showing his unpleasantries to home plate umpire Barry Luscombe. Aftershock want illegal calls on a low arc, saying it's not reaching the 6-foot minimum. Yakura is a very important coach to this team, the batter coming up to the plate, and he was also letting umpire Luscombe know how he felt. But it's important that he keeps quiet and lets the other 2 non-playing coaches on the team take care of that issue for him. A lot of pressure umpiring this division on the plate. Every single pitch is scrutinized. Anything that's close. Yakura stepping out of the box, not happy with that last pitch. Yakura walks to first base. Riley Wheeler. It's a cool day today. It's a nice day, a beautiful day for ball. I don't think the weather is affecting the hitters much, but I haven't seen as many free swing home runs as I normally do. In saying that, Wheeler gets a hold of one. But it's a foul ball. This is the first year that Riley Wheeler gets to play without having his parents to sign a consent form for insurance purposes. Riley just turning 18 years old. Big hit by Wheeler, no question, walks off with a big home run. Yakura trying to get his team pumped up, raising his arms. Harry Perkins, with the bases empty now, needs to try and squeeze one in for a base hit, keep momentum going. Again, another single up the middle. Jeremy Roy. Foul ball. Actually hits it into the women's diamond. It's going to hold them up for a little bit. That's Harry Perkins there at first base, number 16. 35, the catcher for BC, Prentice. Said earlier, top hitter for the tournament. Looks like he's trying to get in umpire Barry Luscombe's ear as well. Double by Jeremy Roy, moves Perkins over to third base. Jonathan Rondo, the second baseman, left-handed hitter. Rondo wearing number 30 for Aftershock. See, the Nova Scotia Voyagers have arrived at the park, ready to play the winner of this game. Harry Perkins tags up, scores from third on the fly ball to left field. And Roy moves from second to third with the throw coming in at the plate. Justin Strachan, first baseman for the Shock. Shock have closed the gap to 5 runs. BC Bus Drivers up 22-17. Single up the middle. Werneman just missed that one. Scores a run. Jeremy Roy comes in to score. Cam Hall at the plate. Next two batters for the Shock, tremendous amount of speed. Actually, the next three, they got Hall, Campbell, and Beck. Illegal pitch, walks Cam Hall, Bryce Campbell up to bat. Let's see, the BC bus drivers. Something happened where I think they called a leadoff. Still trying to find out exactly what happened. So it looks like they called Justin Strachan out for leadoffs as he left the base before the pitch reached the strike zone area. Therefore, the haul by Cam Hall is negated. Cam Hall would lead off the next inning. Coach Mark Burns out there talking with umpire Ed Solarowitz. So they're saying Strachan left first base too early and was called out for leadoffs, which means dead ball on the pitch. Pitch doesn't count. Cam Hall's walk is negated. Cam Hall will bat next inning. It looks like the call has been reversed. Justin Strachan going to second base. Cam Hall going to first. Coach Mike Neufeld not happy. We have umpire Ed Solarowitz explaining it to one BC coach. Umpire Barry Luscombe explaining it to another. And TJ Reynolds just there for support. Coach Mike Neufeld trying to get all three umpires together. This is what I was talking about earlier about a lot of pressure umpiring these games. Mike Neufeld, 73, the head coach of the BC bus drivers. Not a happy camper right now. Coach Mark Burns, now talking to umpire TJ Reynolds. So now we have Bryce Campbell due up for Aftershock with Strachan at second and Cam Hall at first base. BC bus drivers are up by 4, 22-18. Bottom of the 5th inning, 22-18 bus drivers over the Aftershock. Long delay here. Long delay. We have 4 or 5 bus drivers out of the dugout here. So what happens here a lot when we stream these games, there's so many people at home watching that are connected with fans here at the park, and pictures are sent from the live stream to the fans here at the park, and the word gets out of which way the call should go, and if the pictures get to the wrong people at the wrong time or the right time, then we really have a lot of people upset if they feel the umpires didn't come out with the correct call. The game is still at a standstill right now. I think we may be at a standstill because there may be a protest right now. I'm not sure. Okay, they're calling both coaches together. See what the result is. One coach is going to blow up. Looks like BC bus drivers are getting their way, and the call will stand that Justin Strachan is being called out for leadoffs. The comments going back and forth from the players towards the officials are not favorable right now. I was talking about earlier about umpiring this division, and I had a lot of great moments, but I'll talk about a moment I had back in 2014 in Fort McMurray, Alberta, and I'm humble about it. I was doing the bases. It was a game between Ontario and Alberta. I had 3 calls that were questionable, and there's a chance I might have blown all 3. I'm not sure, but I did blow at least one because it comes up on a Facebook memory of one of the former coaches, and he always sends it to me every year just before the Canadian Championship because the games were being televised, and you could see I blew the call. I'm telling you, it's not easy officiating these games, and there's nobody that feels worse than the umpire when you don't get a call right. You just got to hope you have more good games than you do bad ones. In my opinion, I think they got the call right. I think Strachan did lead off, and the end result was the proper one. How they got there was a little questionable, and that's what the teams have a huge problem with. Okay, so we got Bryce Campbell up the middle on the mound, getting ready to pitch. I guess he's not on the mound. We're playing slow pitch here. He's on pitching rubber, or the pitching chute. We got an out at first base. And Coach Mike Neufeld coming back out on the diamond to have another conversation with umpire Ed Solarwitz at first base. Oh, I think he's coming out just to tend to his player who may have rolled his ankle. Yep, he's having a hard time walking. Definitely turned his ankle there. No, he's walking, but very tenderly.
For the bus drivers, 12 is removed, 87 is re-entered.
So it looked like Mark Guthrie was the player that went in for Smeaton, rolled his ankle. Dornbluth at the plate. 1 out for the bus drivers. Close game, 22-19 now. Garrett Weiss, shortstop for BC. Runner at first. Dornbluth with the single. Ground ball gets past Wheeler at third base. Wheeler thought he had it. Just squeezed through. Very seldom do you see baseball players of Wheeler's caliber, and Wheeler is a traditional baseball player. Defensively, baseball players play the ball very differently than a slow pitch player. A slow pitch player lets the ball play them, where a baseball player, for the most part, attacks the ball. And it seemed there that Wheeler was playing the ball and not attacking it there, but it was a little tough because it was off to the side in between him and the fair foul line. Single that Rondo can't reach. Scores 2 runs for the drivers. Bryce Campbell reaches up for the cutoff. Keeps the runner at first base. So Berneman's at first, and we have Sean Jackson at the plate, second baseman for BC.
For the busman, 13 is removed, 11 has been re-entered, and it's
Okay, so this is what they did. They had the batter who went in for Berneman. He got the single. Berneman officially goes back in the game. Therefore, they get a free runner because Berneman's the pitcher. Now they get the runner for the pitcher, the temporary runner, who's now on first base. So they ended up putting Garrett Weiss at first base. Sean Jackson at the plate. Jackson with a hit out to left field, fly ball. Runner remains at first. 51. Dylan Mimo. Runners at second and third. After that double, Connor Prentice up to bat. Prentice already with 2 home runs today.
You're the best here. You're the best here. Just to get it right.
First pitch to Prentice. Ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Hard line drive. Daniel Lee gets his glove on it, but cannot come up with it. Scores a run. Visser. Hits the gap between left and center for a home run. Scores 3 runs. BC Bus Drivers 28, Aftershock 19. We're in the top of the 6th inning here in the quarterfinals. Winner of this game moves on to play the Nova Scotia Voyagers in the semifinals. Kiefer Jackson. Jackson takes the walk. Jesse Peters up to bat. Looks like 19 Kiefer Jackson has a serious limp going on. We'll see what's going on here. Jackson's still running pretty good as he goes from first to third on that single. Smeaton back in the game now, coming in to hit. See, I'm getting ahead of myself. Smeaton's on deck. We have Justin Wise at the plate. Okay, fly ball. Bus Drivers up by 9, 28-19 after 5.5 innings, going into the bottom of the 6th. Aftershock coming up right after this. We're back here at Slow Pitch City. Not only do we have these 2 diamonds running for the Softball Canada Canadian Championships, but this location, this facility here at Slow Pitch City in Dorchester, Ontario, has 8 diamonds. The provincial championships for men's C, women's B, and women's C are also here. We also have some other divisions with some masters playing. We are occupying 12 diamonds today, 8 here at Slow Pitch City, 4 out in Dorchester. Look at the fans, and it's just going to get busier and busier as the games move on today. And what's happening also is the teams that are here from the provincial championships, they're coming over here to watch this game also because they know how big it is. Bryce Campbell up to bat. Looks like Chris Schnare is going to come in the game. I see him with a batting helmet on. Campbell with a fly ball to left field. John Beck at the plate. So John Beck is due up. This conversation going on right now, first from the BC coach, now to the Aftershock coach. Okay, so we got 1 out. I'm trying to figure out what this conversation is all about. Oh, I know what happened. Remember previously when we were talking about who's due up, and I was telling you if they do call the leadoff, Cam Hall was due up? Cam Hall was due up in this inning, and nobody realized it. And they put the wrong batter at the plate. Bryce Campbell came up and hit. But what they should have done is, so Bryce Campbell hit out of order. There's more into this that I'm not saying right now, but I don't think anybody's going to spot something within the rules that I know of that is happening right now. Bryce Campbell at the plate. Campbell gets a home run. Now we have John Beck at the plate. So Cam Hall was called out for not batting in the proper spot. Bryce Campbell came back to the plate, hit his home run. So we only have 1 out right now. And now we have John Beck at the plate. John Beck takes the walk. Brett Foisey at the plate. Brett and I were having a conversation out in the parking lot a couple days ago. And it was about rules within the game, but what was interesting about Brett is that he started a business a few years ago just as a side business. They're called 82 Apparel, and they're the sponsor for the Aftershock team. And it's about making jerseys for ball teams. So all the jerseys you see out here for the Aftershock, Brett Foisey's company made them. And it has snowballed, and the word has gotten out. And there are so many teams in Ontario that go see Brett Foisey now for their jerseys. So many of the teams here at Slow Pitch City have jerseys made from Brett Foisey's company, 82 Apparel. Fly ball out. Mullen not happy with umpire Barry Luscombe. Slams his helmet in the dugout. Aftershock down by 7 runs, bottom of the 6th, 28-21, BC Bus Drivers over Aftershock. Well, 28-22, BC Bus Drivers over Aftershock. Yakura with a single. Harry Perkins on deck. Riley Wheeler at the plate.
It's a good day. It's a good day for this. Yeah.
If Wheeler can hit a gap, it's nothing for Yakura to get to at least third base. And if the fielders have to chase it, look out for Yakura's speed. He could even go further. Wheeler takes the first pitch for a strike. In a hole now, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ball 2. Wheeler with a shot. To the fence. Off the glove and over the fence. Well, the reason Wheeler is running is because this is being awarded a 4-base award, I believe, because it went off the glove and over the fence. In Ontario, we've taken that rule out, and that would be ruled a home run in Ontario. But the softball Canadian Championships are not governed by Ontario rules. And if the umpire felt that the ball was tipped by a glove before the home run fence and over the fence, it's a 4-base award. If he felt it hit the glove beyond the home run fence and it was already out of the park, it's a home run. I believe it's a 4-base award by ruling by the base umpire. Harry Perkins with a single up the middle. Jeremy Roy with a single over the third baseman's head, moves Perkins to second. 28-24, bottom of the 6th. BC Bus Drivers up. Rondo back to the plate, foul ball. Runners go back. Rondo with a hit. Scores Perkins. Jeremy Roy remains at second base. Couldn't take a chance at going to third there as BC bus drivers would have cut off the throw and threw him out at third. So we have Chris Schneier going in.
8 is out, 67 men.
Schneier going in for Justin Strachan. BC bus drivers talking strategy. This is their second conference with pitcher Berneman.
He pushed it out with the
It's over the fence already. If he bumps it over, then it's a 4-base error. They said 4-base error. They were saying 4-base error. That's because they want it.
Okay, 5-5.
It's 5-5.
Okay. I can't find an edit that. I can't hear it. Oh, come
Nobody better, Snazzy.
I turned it into an inside the box. I fixed it.
Keeper! Keeper!
Big hit. As the Aftershock tie the game at 28-28. Schneier comes in, clutch hit. Cam Hall up to bat. Fly ball to end the inning, so after 6 complete, we have a tie game at 28. BC bus drivers and Aftershock. Well, the two teams have definitely made it worth the price of admission, which is free. But all the fans here watching this game are being entertained by these two teams. BC bus drivers with a big lead at the start, and Aftershock just kept chipping away. Now it's 28-28. People are all lined up down the first base line beyond the dugout. You can see them in the distance on the third base line too. The bleachers are packed behind them. And it's a great day to come out and watch some ball. It's sunny, but there's a nice cool breeze, so it's not humid at all. Tie game 28-28, top of 7, BC bus drivers up to bat. A lot of discussion going on with Coach Mike Neufeld. Okay, so we're going into the top of the 7th. Andrew Quill. Fly ball, 1 out. Mitch Dornblatt. Dornblatt, the first baseman for the bus drivers. British Columbia bus drivers, 28, Aftershock 28, top of the 7th. Final inning unless we go into extra innings. Pop up to the second baseman, Rondo. This is not a time for the bus drivers to go silent. It's not too late. 2 outs. Teams rally with 2 outs all the time. Garrett Weiss, the shortstop. Ooh, bus drivers put up a goose egg here in the top of the 7th. Aftershock just need to score 1 to win this game. Well, we'll see what kind of strategy the Shock use. Are they going to string some singles together and score a run that way, or are they going to just try and end it quick and hit one out of the park? Time will tell. A lot of discussion with home plate umpire Barry Luscombe. You see there, that's Prentice, the catcher, talking to home plate umpire Barry Luscombe. Bryce Campbell, leadoff hitter this inning. Campbell with a fly ball. 1 out. Aftershock do not want to blow the gift that the BC bus drivers have granted them. All that they have to do is score 1 run. Batter John Beck, he's capable of hitting it out of the park. Beck could feel some pressure here right now because I stated earlier today this is not his league team throughout the year. It's a team he played on last year. But you know what? Smooth single up the middle. Beck's on first base. And Beck can run fast. So if Mullen can hit a single, or it's Foisey actually, Beck will have no problems making it all the way to third. Coach Mike Neufeld's going to come out and talk. So Foisey's at the plate. A home run will end it. Or two singles. Aftershock, there's one out. Bottom of the seventh, 28-28. Men's Canadian Championships here at Slow Pitch City in Dorchester, Ontario. We have at least 2 games to be played after this one, maybe 3. The winner of this game plays the Nova Scotia Voyagers. And the finals will be the winner of that game playing the Orioles from Ontario. Left-handed hitter, Brett Foisey. Foisey with a swing. At the top of the fence. But John Beck with his speed comes in and scores on the close play. But that's it, it's over. Aftershock, 29-28 winners over the BC bus drivers. What a comeback. There was one point where the Aftershock were down 21-7. And the Aftershock come back and win 29-28 in the bottom of the seventh. We'll have a short break between games as Aftershock will be playing back-to-back now with no rest between games because they now have to play the Nova Scotia Voyagers, and the winner of that game will play the Orioles in the finals. The only rest the teams will get now is when the grounds crew come out to groom the fields and reline the diamonds. But once that's done, the teams are ready to go and they play again. So if you're close, come by. You see the drivers and Shock shaking hands. Great game, 29-28. Thanks for tuning in. Hope that you guys are all back for our next game between the Voyagers and the Aftershock. Thank you very much.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2.
To be the best, you've got to ring performance from every second. The game is getting faster every season. So Rawlings made the time machine to help you keep up. Introducing the all-new Velo ACP. It's light, it's balanced, so you can pick your pitch and drive the ball with maximum exit velocity. The game's gotten faster. Your bat has too.
Still waiting for their lineup.
We are, yeah, I don't have their card yet. It's not really our call, it's probably someone
No, I don't wear no damn cup check. I didn't wear one when I played. So.
Thank you, sir. Marty? Lineup card number 2.
I'm thinking if I get hit in the nuts, someone else will get hit in the nuts too.
You guys haven't had any issues. Very happy. No.
10 minutes?
No, I know you were like, was written down.
Less
You,
10 minutes.
you guys, it's just you. I got that.
For the short guys, hey. That's what those cinder blocks are for.
No, there was.
Wonder what the cinder blocks are in the duggo for. It's for our short guys, so they can see over the dugout. Hey, Carl. I've got no worries on that one, eh?
That's pretty much it.
Good to know.
Yeah,
Good luck, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. I don't need that, so I'm just taking a triple.
Les, you want to do this now and then you guys can stop? Yeah, we still have 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, I put, I think, did Jason reach some out? I'm not going to.
Hey, well, I did tell you. I said we'll get more traffic later.
Okay, sorry. It's gotta be. I mean, we got a pretty, I thought I had a pretty full pipe, but yeah. Yeah, maybe like, you know, if we can be sparing with them, some drunks if we can use them next year, great.
So I think they're going to go.
Okay, if they're ready to go and they want to go.
I told them, I said, you sell the Umpire.
Nova Scotia 11
balls for you. I'm not sure where you want to put them. You want me to put that stuff? No, I can throw you a couple ways. Thank you, thank you.
Okay, we're back here at Slow Pitch City for the senior men's semifinal between the Nova Scotia Voyagers and Aftershock from Ontario. I'm Steve Camus here broadcasting this semifinal game between these two teams. Aftershock, former champions in 2019 when the Canadian Championships were held in Moncton, New Brunswick. Nova Scotia Voyagers having a great week, coached by Bliss Walton. I was saying in the prior broadcast of the game before this, Bliss and I have known each other because he's been around so long, either playing or coaching. Fantastic gentleman, great demeanor, leads this team in the fashion that it needs to be led. Earlier in the week, the Nova Scotia Voyagers were playing the Orioles, who are waiting in the finals for the winner of this game. So the Voyagers and Orioles played yesterday, and the Orioles did mercy the Voyagers. But earlier in the week, in the round robin, the Voyagers mercied the Orioles. And the crowd here watching that game, there's 3 Nova Scotia teams here at the championship, and I think all 3 Nova Scotia teams, or the other 2 Nova Scotia teams, were here watching and cheering them on. And it was a great feat for them to beat the Orioles in the round robin. So here we go, leadoff hitter, Chris Mullen for Aftershock. Home plate umpire Gary Barnes of Calgary, Alberta. Base umpire at first base is Jamie Evans from Michigan. And we have Marcus Peck from Moncton, New Brunswick at second base. Ryan Yakura, the number 2 hitter for Aftershock. Head coach of the team. He's the one that's responsible for the batting lineup. Mullen to third base. Yakura with a single. Riley Wheeler. Riley Wheeler with a big swing. Very capable of hitting a long ball. Wheeler with a high fly ball hit foul. Wheeler with a home run, scores 3 runs. Aftershock take an early 3-0 lead, top of the first. Jeremy Roy. Jeremy Roy with a fly ball. Foisey at the plate. Poisey with a single just over Darren Bell's glove. Darren Bell, the pitcher for Nova Scotia. When I was speaking earlier about that game between the Voyagers and the Orioles in the round robin game where the Voyagers did win, Darren Bell wasn't playing in that game, and he was very vocal to get his team into the game, but some of his teammates were telling him to calm down. They didn't want to wake up the sleeping giant as the Orioles were not hitting well and they weren't in the game. A legal pitch called by home plate umpire Gary Barnes as Bell tosses one above the 12-foot arc. Matt Pine with a single. Matt Pine didn't play last game, well rested. Matt Pine and John Beck, teammates here for the Shock this week. Best of friends, actually. John Beck's the godfather of Matt Pine's little boy Landry. Jonathan Rondo up to bat. Rondo with a single. I said it last game, a lot of the base hits up the middle is they try to hit it over or hard enough where the pitcher cannot defend it, and to the opposite side of where the extra middle infielder is. Cam Hall. Cam Hall hitting a ball that they're claiming the fielder was out of play when he made the catch. They're discussing it right now. Home plate umpire Gary Barnes showing the white post for out of play and claiming that the fielder was fine and made the catch in play. Bryce Campbell up to bat. Campbell taking a walk. Moves Rondo to second base. So Shock doing the same as they did last game. Pitcher Kyle Reinders scheduled to hit. They remove him and put John Beck in to hit. I'm sure right after this at bat, Reinders will come back in the game as he's scheduled to pitch. Home plate umpire Gary Barnes calling the batter in. Beck doing up his gloves, getting ready to approach. So this is the gentleman, John Beck, that I was saying is the godfather of Matt Pine's little boy. Matt Pine, 23 for the Aftershock, who's standing on third base. John Beck, the batter. Bases loaded. Let's see if their strategy pays off. They would love to see a grand slam here. Right now we have 4-0 Aftershock over Nova Scotia. So batter John Beck is asking about the arc. He felt it was a little high. Called strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ball hit to the shortstop. And they get out the out at second base. So coach for the Shock will come out, take back out, put Rangers back in as Kyle Rangers goes into pitch for Aftershock. So after 1 complete, we have Aftershock 4, Nova Scotia Voyagers, no score. Top of the second, Nova Scotia Voyagers due up to the plate. Actually want to correct myself. We're at the bottom of the first inning. I forgot the Aftershock. Normally the team sitting on the third base side is the home team, but because the Aftershock played prior to this game and we're the home team rather than switch benches, they just stayed on their third base side. So we have Nova Scotia batting right now in the bottom of the first. 2-0. Luke Young gets on base. Off Campbell's glove at third. David Rayberg, second baseman. 2 out for Nova Scotia. Two out for Nova Scotia now. Lee Holman, the first baseman.
Here we go. Voyagers to the plate. Runners on first and second. 2 out. That pitch called illegal. Swung on into right field. That ball has a chance. And that ball will get out of here. A 3-run shot. And that cuts the lead to 1 for Aftershock. It's 4-4. Tie game. Brings up number 33, Richard Tingley. We'll be right back here as Aftershock comes up in the top half of the second inning. Welcome back. We're going to get ready for the top half of the second inning here. Tie game 4-4. Aftershock of Ontario taking on the Voyagers of Nova Scotia. The Voyagers in this game after a loss last night to the Orioles in the winner-winner game. So the winner of this game goes on to face the Orioles in the championship. Loser of this game goes home with a bronze medal. So one of these, the 3 teams that are left, every team will gain a medal. They're all chasing that gold. So we have Daniel Lee up first. That pitch comes in for a ball, 2 balls and a strike. Pitch. Outside. Catches the mat. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Evens up the count. Next pitch. Roped into right center field, just past the outstretched arm of the pitcher. And that'll be a leadoff single for Daniel Lee of Aftershock. Now brings up the top of the order, Chris Mullins. A man that is lethal with his speed. He'll be thinking extra bases right out of the box here if he puts the ball in play. He does just that. Flies one out to left field. Left fielder out there tracking, will make the catch. And that will be an easy tag and advance for Daniel Lee at first base for the first out of the inning. Bring it up, Ryan Yakura to the plate. Yakura hits that one into right field. Makes the catch. Daniel Lee takes from second, moves up to third. So that's the second out of the inning here. Yakura not happy with that swing. That brings up Riley Wheeler. Riley Wheeler, a very powerful hitter here for Aftershock. He gets his pitch. He's able to drive that one a long way. That pitch comes in deep in a ball. 2 balls and a strike. That pitch hit. It will stay in the yard, and that'll end the top half of the second inning. Aftershock leaves their leadoff batter stranded at third. We go to the bottom half of the second inning. The Voyagers looking to pull ahead. We're back here, Diamond 1, Slow Pitch City, for the bronze medal game of the 2023 Canadian Championships Men's Division. Winner gets a berth to play the Orioles. Loser will have the bronze medals presented to them. Number 94, Nathan Lewingston will lead things off for the Voyagers. Game is tied at 4 here, bottom half of the second inning, and just about to start. Kyle Reinders on the mound for Aftershock. The pitch will miss inside and deep for a ball. Running the count to 2-1. Pitch comes low for ball 3. The illegal pitch called by home plate umpire Gary Barnes out of Alberta. That pitch comes in. We'll run the count full 3-2. Here comes the payoff pitch. That's hit right back up the middle. Scooped by Yakura on to first. Just gets him in time. Recording the first out of the inning. Nice play there. Yakura deep in the hole in the middle infield. Able to charge that ball on the run. Make a strong throw over to first. Record the out. And that's going to bring up Josh George. Again, up the middle, Yakura. George slips out of the batter's box, and he will be put out 10-3. 2 quick outs here for Aftershock. They'll look to close out the bottom half of the second inning here right quick. That brings up number 21, Sean Pavel. That pitch comes in for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That count. That pitch will miss inside, running the count to 2-2. The pitch grounded up the middle. That one will get through for a base hit. And they're starting a 2-out rally here are the Voyagers with a runner on first. Eric Rose to the plate. Playing the middle infield position for the Voyagers this afternoon. The pitch comes in for a strike. It now puts Rose down and behind in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Reinders here, sets, delivers the pitch. Rose hammers that one. Now will get down into left field for a base hit. Pavel stops at second, and that puts runners on first and second, 2 outs. Voyagers looking to rally here. That brings up the top of the order, Darren Bell. Runner in scoring position. That is what would play as the go-ahead run so far in this game at second base. Bell will definitely try and the pitch. Catches the back of the mat for a strike, puts Bell in behind the count 1-2. The pitch. He hits that one. Picked up. Safe at second, slides in safely. I believe that was Daniel Lee who picked that one up. Tried to go to second to get the force. Throw not in time. That'll make the bases loaded here for the Voyagers and 2 out. Justin Mabe coming up now. The pitch. Hit down the left field line. If that stays fair, it has a chance to be an extra base hit. But that'll land foul for a long strike, as all those runners are now have to go back to their bases, and they're around the same area on the diamond. Very quick speed here for the Voyagers on the bases. Justin Mabe now down in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's now got to look to put the ball between the lines if he wants to stay alive. The pitch, roped. That's going to be picked up. And flipped on to second as Jonathan Rondeau, the second baseman, flips over to Yakura covering the middle infielder. And that'll be the 3rd out of the inning. Voyagers strand the bases loaded. We go to the top half of the 3rd inning. Tied at 4, and we'll be back after this. We're back after that brief commercial break as Aftershock comes up here, top half of the 3rd inning. Going to bring up number 10, Jeremy Roy. Very good hitter for Aftershock. Has the power if need be. But leading things off, it looks like he might just try and get on base and use his speed. The pitch. Roped. Base umpire Marcus Peck gets out of the way of that ball as that ball was laced into right center field for a base hit. Leadoff runner on. That's Brett Foisey now up at the plate. The pitch will miss outside for a ball. Foisey up in the count now, 2-1. The pitch. Foisey hammers that one into right field. That'll get down for a base hit. Roy at second, thought about going to third, but stops. And that puts runners on first and second, nobody out. Now brings up Matt Pine. Matt Pine with 2 runners on. He'll look to put the ball in play here and advance runners. Pitch comes in. Just on the high side here. Illegal pitch. Ball 2. That pitch hit into center field. Deep drive. Back it goes. It stays in the yard for an out. But the runners will advance on the play. So make that the first out of the inning. Runners at second and third in scoring position. That's going to bring up Jonathan Rondeau. Rondeau, 2 runners in scoring position, will look to cash here. At least one, if not both, to give Aftershock the lead. As this game is tied at 4, top half of the third. Pitch comes in for a strike. He's now behind in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch comes in well short, evens up the count 2-2. That pitch inside, runs the count full. Going to be the payoff pitch here. That ball hit into right center field. It will be caught, but will come in as a sacrifice fly as Jeremy Roy tags up from third and scores. And puts Aftershock up 5-4. And Brett Foisey tagged from second to move to third with 2 outs. Cam Hall will look to score that run from third. Looks to hit that into right field. He does. He down the right field line. Going into a slide is the right fielder to stay in play, and that will be an out. Recording the third one. Aftershock able to scratch one across in the top half of the third, take a 5-4 lead. And we'll be back right after this.
To be the best, you've got to ring performance from every second. The game is getting faster every season. So Rawlings made a time machine to help you keep up. Introducing the all-new Velo ACP. It's light, it's balanced, so you can pick your pitch and drive the ball with maximum exit velocity. The game's gotten faster. Your bat has too.
And we're back after that brief commercial break. As we're getting ready for the bottom half of the third inning, the Voyagers now find themselves trailing by 1, 5-4. Very early in this semi-final bronze medal game. As mentioned, winner goes on to play the Orioles in the final. Loser goes home with the bronze medal, which would nothing to be shaking a stick at as you come to a Canadian championship. Obviously you're chasing gold, but coming home with a medal is always something to be happy with. The pitch comes in, catches the plate, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Luke Young. Young bounces that one. Daniel Lee at short, over to first, in time, records the out. And that's a first out here in the bottom half of the third. Great strong throw from Daniel Lee over at shortstop. Over to Matt Pine at first to make the play. Here's the pitch. Line, that'll get into left field for a base hit. Rayberg, the throw back to first, just offline a little bit. Rayberg dancing there at first. Time is called, and that'll stop the play. And here's Lee Holman. Gonna look to push the runner around in Rayberg. The pitch inside for a ball. Holman now in the head in the count. 2 balls and a strike. The pitch. Illegal on the low side. The next pitch comes back and runs the count full. 3-2. The payoff pitch coming from Reinders. Here it is. That ball is looped into left field. Left fielder Jeremy Roy able to come over range and make the catch. And that'll be the second out of the inning. Still got a runner on first base, do the Voyagers. Looking to make some noise with 2 outs here. Brett DeLuny now at the plate. Aftershock making sure their fielders are all set, ready to go. Reinders with the pitch. That's roped into center field. And that's going to put Rayberg all the way to third. Put runners on the corners now for the Voyagers. Richard Tingley now at the plate. Runner at third. That's the tying run represented right there. That ball outside for a ball. Tingley in ahead in the count. 1 ball, 2 strike. 2 balls, 1 strike. That pitch hit off the glove of Reinders on the mound. That'll squeak into center field. And that will tie the game. And that ball goes out of play. So that'll come, put in another run on the error there. And now the Voyagers take the lead. Keep a runner at third on the overthrow. And not exactly what Aftershock was looking for there. As that ball gets thrown to third and out of play. 2 runs come in to score on that. And then the runner gets 2 bases as he already obtained first base before the throw. Moves him to third and puts another runner in scoring position here for the Voyagers. As we get a look here, a change coming, I do believe, for the Voyagers. 94 out.
Nova Scotia, 94 out, 68 in. Thank you.
Lewingston is out. That's Luke Richard now in to hit with a runner on third. Gonna look to cash that run in and widen the gap. Defense getting set here. The pitch. Hit into left field. That's hit very well. Has a chance. And it will leave the yard. Put it on the board. A 2-run shot. Make it 8-5 Voyagers here. Bottom of the third. High fives all around on the Voyagers bench. They are fired up as the pinch hitter comes in and does his job and just absolutely smashes one to left field. That's going to bring up Josh George now, number 53. We still have 2 outs here for the Voyagers in the bottom half of the third. The pitch. Hit right back up the middle for a base hit. George reaches with a base hit. Now that brings up Sean Perville. Peveril to the plate. The Voyagers looking to keep this 2-out rally going and widen their lead even more. The pitch. Hit right back up the middle. That'll get through for a base hit. Runners first and second with 2 out. And a change coming here for the Voyagers.
Nova Scotia, 3 out, 10 in. 3 out, 10 in.
So Eric Rose coming out of the game. Jesse Holman going to be coming into the game here for an at-bat. They do have 1 runner in scoring position. Looking to drive some more runs in here is Holman. And now a conference going to be called here. Aftershock really wants to talk things over here, make sure their defensive alignment is set. Also a new hitter coming in off the bench. As we go here, home plate umpire Gary Barnes on his way out to break up the meeting here. Meeting broken up. Coach comes back to the dugout. Fielders go back to their positions. Get ready to go. We have 2 outs, runners on first and second. And pinch hitter coming in, number 10, Jesse Holman, for the 3 of Eric Rose. Pitch coming in. Will just miss for a ball. 2-1 the count. Pitch comes in illegal on the low side. 3 balls, 1 strike. Holman up in the count. The pitch. Holman drives that one. That'll get down in front of Jeremy Roy in left field. The runner from second will round third. Score without a throw. You can stretch the lead to 4 as it's 9-5. And that's going to roll the top of the order here. The pitcher for the Voyagers, Darren Bell, coming up. Shock still chasing that 3rd out. Pitch comes in short for a ball. Bell now runs the count in his favor, 2-1. He hits that one on a line into left center field. That'll get down. And that's going to score at least 1 run. Bell gets in there, standing safely at second base. As we'll see Luke Richard come in to run for the pitcher with 2 outs. Put runners at second and third with 2 out. And it's now a 5-run lead. It's going to be number 4, Justin Mabe, up at the plate. 2 runners in scoring position. He'll look to at least score 1, if not both here, with a base hit. Reinders ready on the plate. That pitch comes in for a strike. And will put Mabe behind in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Next pitch comes in inside, runs the count to 2-2. That pitch misses deep. It's now a full count, 3-2. Payoff pitch coming from Reinders. Here it is. That ball grounded over to first. And held on to by Matt Pine to end the inning. But the Voyagers scratch across and take a 10-5 lead. We're going to head to the top half of the 4th. But first, words from our sponsors. We're back here, Diamond 1, Slow Pitch City, bronze medal game on the men's side of the 2023 Canadian Championships, being hosted all week at Slow Pitch City in Dorchester, Ontario. Absolutely gorgeous afternoon. Sun is shining, but not too hot as well. As we get ready to go, it's going to bring up Bryce Campbell. Bryce Campbell looking to start things off here for Aftershock as we hit top of the 5th inning. Shock trails by 5. That pitch hit into right field. A long run over for the right fielder. That'll get down, and it's a fair ball. And that'll be a stand-up double for the leadoff batter, Campbell. Time is called to kill the play, as Campbell wasn't going anywhere after that, as the throw just missed the cutoff man. And now that brings up pitcher Kyle Reinders. He's going to look to move Campbell around. Reinders looking to help his cause here. Here's the pitch. Reinders, scooped by the first baseman, takes it himself. 3 unassisted for the first out, but that keeps Campbell at second. 1 out runner on in scoring position. That brings up bottom of the order, the 11th batter, Daniel Lee. The pitch comes in for a strike. Lee now trails behind in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch hits that over, and that'll take a hop. And that allows Campbell to move up. Runners on the corners. Bringing up the top of the order, Chris Mullins. Mullins has a chance to drive in at least 1 run here. That ball comes in inside and deep for a ball. 2-1 the count. The pitch. Mullins into right field. That'll get down for a base hit. That scores Campbell from third. Daniel Lee gets the wave around the throw high and offline. And that cashes 2 runs on the double. And Aftershock cuts the lead to 3. It's 10-7 here. So we have a runner on second base, 1 out, and that's going to bring up Ryan Yakura. Yakura with a runner in scoring position will look to at least move him up to third, if not score him on a base hit here. Obviously wants what would be classified as a productive at-bat. The pitch. Drives that one to right field. That's tailing, but will be foul on the play. So now Yakura trails in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch, illegal on the high side, runs the count to 2-2. That pitch inside, runs the count 3-2. Yakura hits that one. That'll get through into right center field. Picked up by the right fielder. No throw, and that will score Mullins from second. It's 10-8. Riley Wheeler up at the plate now. Yakura standing on first. Riley Wheeler could tie this game up if he's able to send one into the trees. He has the ability to, if he finds his pitch and hits it square. The pitch, roped, and that'll be fair down the third base line. Yakura around second, heading to third. He will get there standing up. Head first, slide into second. And Wheeler is in with a double. 1 out here for Aftershock. Jeremy Roy now to the plate. 2 runners in scoring position. Jeremy Roy looking to be productive here. That pitch comes in for a strike, puts Roy down in the count 1-2. The pitch, that's inside for a ball. 2-2 the count, even it up. The next pitch, Roy hits that one a ton into left center field. Does it have enough? It sure does, and that'll be a 3-run home run, and that gives Aftershock the lead, 11-10. As that is fired up the Aftershock bench. Jeremy Roy, not the biggest of men, but he has the strength and the power to hit him out, and he did just that. And that's going to bring up Brett Foisey. The pitch, illegal on the high side for a ball. The next pitch comes in, just misses on the outside. Foisey ahead in the count now, 3-1. He'll look for a grooved pitch here. That pitch just catches the inside, running the count to full, 3-2. The payoff pitch coming. The pitch. Foisey hits that one into left center field. Tracking the left fielder. That'll stay in play for the out. Recording the second out of the inning. That brings up Matt Pine. He'll look to keep this rolling with 2 outs. Foisey took that one for a ride, just not deep enough. It stays in the park. So now 23 Matt Pine up to the plate. That pitch inside for a ball. Pine now becomes ahead in the count, 2-1. The pitch. That's hammered in. Sheeting to right center field. That'll be a single for Matt Pine. And that's going to bring up Jonathan Rondeau. Rondeau going to look to keep this running with 2 outs. The pitch. Inside for a ball. 2-1 the count. Rondeau on the ground. Bobbled. Throw off to second. He'll make it safely as Pine, as the bobble by the shortstop costs the Voyagers the 3rd out of the inning and puts the runner on first. Fielder's choice and an error. Cam Hall is coming out of the game. And Bob Henning, number 21, coming into the game for a swing. As we see Henning trying to get loose here, coming in off the bench. Henning stepping into the box here, looking at the defensive alignment, looking to where he might want to place this ball. Getting set in the box, asking for time. He's now set, ready for the first pitch. That ball just missing deep. Hits 2-1 on Henning. The next pitch comes in for a strike. 2-2 the count. Henning gonna look to protect here with 2 strikes. That pitch put into center field. Center fielder does not have to move. He'll make the catch and record the 3rd out. And that ends the top half of the 5th. Aftershock up by a run, 11-10, heading to the bottom half of the 5th inning. And we'll be back after a brief word from our sponsors. We're back here, ready to start the bottom half of the 5th inning. The Voyagers trail by 1, 11-10. As leading off here will be number 95, Luke Young. The defense is set. Reinders ready on the mound. The pitch. Young hammers that one into left field, but will go foul and roll out of play. As we look, the fans all the way down the 3rd base line. This place is absolutely packed. About a couple rows deep everywhere here. As you would expect for championship day at the Canadian Championships, all the fans want to come out and watch what would be great games through and through. As this one here, a tight one, 1 run. That ball comes in, misses inside, runs the count to 2-2. The pitch, in, grounded, scooped up by Daniel Lee over to Pine at first. Put that as a 6-3 put out in the scorebook for the first out of the bottom half of the 5th inning. Brings up Rayberg. The pitch. Rayberg hits that one. Lines over to Campbell. And Bryce Campbell makes that play for the second out of the inning. And so with 2 outs, Lee Holman will look to spark something here for the Voyagers as the late stages of the ball game commence. The Voyagers need to do something with the offense. Holman does just that. He puts a deep drive into left field, and that will leave the yard and tie the game. Holman with one swing of the bat ties the game up. DeLuny now up to the plate for the Voyagers. We'll look to keep this 2-out rally going here for the Voyagers. The pitch. That's skied into right field. Ranging over towards foul territory. Right fielder makes the catch. And that ends the 5th inning. We go to the top of the 6th. This game is deadlocked at 11. As we have time, we'll go to words from our sponsors.
Nova Scotia 94 out, 91 in, 94 in front.
We're back here. Make a correction. It's only going into the top of the 5th. Seems like this game has been going for quite a while. Felt like the 6th, but it's only the 5th here. Game deadlocked at 11. It's going to be Bryce Campbell leading things off for Aftershock in the top half of the 5th. The pitch, Campbell drives that one. That'll go shading into left center field. On the ground. Campbell leads things off with a single. That brings up the pitcher, Kyle Reinders. As he gets ready, looks over to the defense. He's set. He's ready to go. Pitch comes in. Comes in. Puts Reinders down in the count, 1-2. Aftershock thinking that pitch might have been a little high, but home plate umpire says no, it is good for a strike. 1-2 pitch. That's gonna even the count up to 2-2. That pitch hit into right field. That's gonna get down. Campbell around second. He'll head to third. And that'll be a single for Reinders. As he comes walking off, it's going to be number 67, Chris Schneer, coming in to run for the pitcher. And it looks like a change is going to come here as well. Looks like Daniel Lee is going to come out of the game. And Harry Perkins will come in to swing. 3 out, 16 in. That's the 3 of Daniel Lee. Coming in again is Harry Perkins. He'll look to mash a ball with runners on the corners. Try and break this deadlock. Here's the pitch. Perkins up the middle. That's lined to the shortstop. Hit very hard, but right at the fielder. And that'll be the first out. And bring up the top of the order, Chris Mullins. Mullins now will look to do the job of driving in that run from third and move the runner from first around. It looks like the Voyagers want to talk something over here, so they call the coach out of the dugout for a conference. Pitcher looking like he's holding his midsection there. Maybe not sure, maybe a rib. Trying to stretch himself out there. Obviously must have tweaked something on one of these plays. It looks like he'll tough things out and stay on the mound. It will take a lot for one of these players to come out of a game now. You're in the nitty-gritty of the tournament. You do not want to come out. If you can tough it out, you're going to tough it out and play. You're going to have to be bleeding or something or unconscious to come out of this game. Chris Mullins, leadoff batter for Aftershock, sees the pitch. He drives that one to right field. Back, back, back to the fence. And that leaves the yard. It's going to be 3 runs on the board nonetheless. But Aftershock here asking to see if it'll be a 4-base error or a home run. If it goes off his glove, it's a 4-base error, does not count towards the home run total. But the umpires will get together and huddle about it. Now the Nova Scotia coach wants to come out and get exactly what happened there. By the way, nonetheless, it's going to be a 14-11 lead here. Going to bring up Ryan Yakura. Yakura with 1 out will look to restart the mess here for Aftershock. The pitch comes in for a strike. Now puts Yakura down in the count 1-2. The pitch just missed. Runs the count to 2-2. Nerves a steal from Yakura on that close play. That ball deep. Runs the count full. Payoff pitch gonna come here for Yakura. Pitch. That's hit into left center field. Left fielder over makes the catch. And that'll be the second out of the inning. Yakura not happy as that brings up Riley Wheeler. pitch. That comes in deep. Wheeler hits that one into left field on a rope. But that will be caught and end the inning. Bottom of the 5th coming up. Voyagers trail by 3, 14-11. And we'll be back after words from our sponsors. We're back. Diamond 1, Slow Pitch City, Dorchester, Ontario. That wide shot there, you can see the stands just packed for this bronze medal game. And we get another look at the third base side as well. Just filled, couple rows deep. And we're going to get ready for action here, bottom of the 5th. Voyagers trail by 3, 14-11. Leading things off will be number 33, Richard Tingley. The pitch. Hit into left field on a line. Hanging up. And that dropped just at the last second. Jeremy Roy able to stick with it, make the catch. And that'll be the first out of the inning. So that's going to be now Lane Braidwood comes into the game. Pitch just missing. Reinders cannot believe it. The next pitch comes in for a strike. Evens the count, 2-2. Low for a ball, gonna run the count to full, 3-2. That ball lined off the glove of Rondeau. That bounces into center field. Braidwood thought about going to 2. Thinks better of it, stays at first for a single, as that was a ball absolutely laced to the right field side of the infield. A diving stab there by Rondeau, just off the tip of his glove into center field for a single. And that's going to bring up Josh George. It was Lewingston that came out of the game for Braidwood. Foisey out from behind the plate, looking to direct some defense. Reinders as well, talking to his defenders behind him. As it's always a game of chess to see where the middle infielder is going to play. You play on the strong side at this point. And that ball's hit opposite field into right. And that's going to put Braidwood over to third. And George has a single.
Stay hard, heavy.
Sean Peverell. The pitch. Grounded. Daniel Lee over to Rondeau. Will get the force out at second on the fielder's choice. So that'll be the second out of the inning, keeping runners on the corners. Eric Rose back in the game here for an at-bat. 2 outs, looking to drive that run in from third and keep this rally going here with 2 outs. The pitch up the middle, off of Reinders, and that'll bounce all the way to the fence in foul territory down the third base line. That ball was hit hard, and Reinders does wear those shin pads under his pants, so that causes for an extra bounce. And that'll put runners on first and second. Cash in to run, make it 14-12. That brings up Darren Bell, the pitcher, also the leadoff batter here. Oh, time called as the coach will look to make a change. Jamie McDonald gonna come in to the game to run at second base.
Nova Scotia 21 out, 13 in, 21-13. 21-13. Come on, Belzy!
Peveril comes out of the game. McDonald in. And Darren Bell up to the plate here with 2 outs. The pitch. Bell hits that one. And a beautiful diving catch out there in right field will end the inning. We go to the top half of the 6th. The Aftershock still has a 2-run lead, 14-12. As we will be back with more action afterwards from our sponsors. We're back here, Diamond 1, Slow Pitch City, bronze medal game at the 2023 Canadian Championships Men's Division. Take some time to thank our sponsors, Rawlings, Mike and Worth, Easton, as they are ones that help put this event on every year. As we get ready for the 6th. Jeremy Roy gonna start things up here. This Nova Scotia pitcher was one of the last batters to hit, so he has to take the time to put his gear back on. As we get a shot of Jeremy Roy adjusting his batting gloves, making sure they're properly. We're ready to go here. Top half of the 6th. 2-run lead for Aftershock. Jeremy Roy hits that one on the line to center field. That'll hang up enough for the center fielder. Make the catch, recording the first out of the inning. Next up, Matt Pine for Aftershock. He's been playing first base this game. Sorry, that's Brett Foisey. My apologies, got ahead of myself in the lineup. Brett Foisey gonna step up, Matt Pine on deck. That pitch missing inside for a ball. The pitch comes in for a strike, evens the count, 2-2 on Foisey. Foisey steps out, gets time. Trying to get back set in the box as he's got to deal with 2 strikes on him. The pitch. Just missing, runs the count full, 3-2. The payoff pitch coming up next. Foisey again steps out, regains his thoughts. The pitch. Foisey hits that one right center field. Long track over, that'll drop and get down. And Foisey tracks in to second with a double. And now up Matt Pine, runner in scoring position. Nova Scotia pitcher comes back to the mound, ready to get set, guiding his defense a bit. The pitch to Matt Pine. Aftershock bench on home plate umpire about those pitches being what they think is a little high. That pitch missed anyway for a ball. That pitch hit into left field, but that will go foul. Matt Pine will look to compose himself, get set in the box, and drive this ball here. It's going to be 2 balls, 2 strikes, even count here. The pitch. Pine drives that one. Long throw over to first. In time for the outs. And that'll be out number 2 of the inning. What a play over there. Long range. And that's going to bring up John Rondeau. Rondeau looking to get set here. Wants to cash Foisey in from second. That pitch. Just missing deep inside for a ball. 2-1 the count. Pitch. On the ground. Foisey stays on the bag. Rondeau not able. Sorry, the Voyagers defense not able to handle that ball. Rondeau will get on.
Aftershock, 87 out, 21 in, 87's done.
The change there as Bob Henning looks like he'll step in for an at-bat. Two runners on for Henning. He has the power to mash one out of here. The pitch. Hit. Up high into left center field. Over is the left fielder. And that will be the 3rd out of the inning. Going to the bottom of the 6th. Aftershock still up by 2, 14-12. We'll be back with more after words from our sponsors. We're back. Bottom of the 6th. The Voyagers trail by 2 in this bronze medal game. And you wouldn't expect anything less for a bronze medal game here at the Canadian Championships. Close. Here's Justin Mabe up at the plate. That ball inside for a ball. Just missing there. Brings the count to 3-1. Ahead in the count. That pitch grounded. Daniel Lee at short, over to first, high, but gets the tag. Beautiful play there by Matt Pine at first base to stick with it and lay the tag for the first out. Brings up Luke Young, number 95. Voyagers need to scratch some runs across here as we get to the late stages of this ball game. Nova Scotia, the furthest they've ever gone. This is their second Canadian championship. That ball hit. That'll get through into left center field for a base hit. Young will stop at first. To finish the thought, the Voyagers last year missed the playoffs by 1 win and now have come 1 win away from making it to the championship and a chance to play for the gold medal. So what a showing here from the team from Nova Scotia. For Shock last year, they lost in the bronze medal to the Cardinals. So they're looking for redemption here and get to the championship game. That ball missed inside, it's 2-1 on Rayberg. That pitch comes in, catches the back edge, the back corner for a strike, evens the count, 2-2. The pitch. Rayberg hits that one. Looks like it's trailing foul, and it will. And that will be a foul out there for Rayberg. The second out of the inning. So that brings up Lee Holman. Holman looking to do something here with 2 outs. Runner on first. The pitch. Missing short for a ball. 2-1 the count. The pitch. Holman drives one. Left center field. Up and out of here. Put it on the board. It's a tie game here. Bottom of the 6th. A tight game here, as Holman just ties it up with one swing of the bat. The Voyagers bench all hugs and smiles at this particular point in the game as they have tied it up at 14. The pitch. Delooney grounds one. Over second. Off to Pine, and that'll be the 3rd out. And this game heading to the 7th, tied at 14. Back for what could be the conclusion of this game, the excitement. But first, words from our sponsors. We have Bryce Campbell leading things off for Aftershock here, top of the 7th tie game, bronze medal game. As mentioned, Aftershock losing to the Cardinals last year in Surrey, British Columbia in the bronze medal game. Bryce Campbell watches that pitch inside for a ball. The pitch. Campbell lines that one into left center field. That'll get down. Heart of the box. Good arm putting that ball in to the infield. And that'll keep Campbell at first for a leadoff single. '29 will come out of the game. And number 12, Keith Woodcock, comes in to run at first base.
Out, 12 in.
Officially announced by the umpire. 29, Bryce Campbell out. Number 12, Keith Woodcock, coming in to run at first base. Kyle Reinders now getting set in the box. Looks to help his cause here. That ball high and deep for a ball. It's 2-1. That pitch just missing as well. Reinders up in the count, 3-1. That pitch comes in. Will make the count full, 3-2. Reinders, here's the payoff pitch. Hit into left field. That will be caught by the left fielder. Woodcock not able to tag up on that play as he went a couple strides off. Daniel Lee now out of the game as Perkins will come back in to hit. So 3 will be out of the game as his 2 lives have been used. So it's Perkins at the plate. Runner on first with 1 out. Perkins might look to put this one a country mile into the trees. Voyagers pitcher still trying to play his defense here, put him in position. The pitch will go deep for a ball. It's 2-1. Here's the pitch. Perkins high into right field. Not deep enough. And that'll be the second out of the inning, keeping the runner at first base. Voyagers 1 out away from having a chance to walk this off. As that brings up top of the order, Chris Mullins. Always a threat. Very good at putting the ball to the opposite field and just using his speed out of the box. He hits that one to center field. Long run over. And that will be caught. And we go to the bottom of the 7th tie game. The Voyagers just 1 run away from going to the championship. But until then, we got words from our sponsors. We'll be right back after this. Getting a look at the Voyagers bench. Everybody up on the fence.
91 out, 68 in for Nova Scotia. 91, 68. It's in the 8th spot.
Leading things off here, number 33, Richard Tingley. This point, you just want to get on base. That ball hit into left field. Over the head of Jeremy Roy in left field. Tingley gets standing up the winning run at second base. So now, Aftershock might think about putting the runner on to put forces. And they do put Luke Richard on automatic, as he is not the one that matters. It's now putting the forces on, making sure that they can go to a certain spot. And now the Voyagers coaches want to have a discussion together. No changes coming here. So now, number 53, Josh George, in at the plate. With nobody out, he has many options here. A base hit to the gap. Even a deep enough fly ball to move that runner over to third is kind of all he really wants to do right now, as there's nobody out. Josh George, chance to play hero here for the Voyagers and send him to the finals. Tell him to come in, as anything over their head, it's going to win the game. That ball hit. That's a fair ball down the line. The runner around third comes in. Slides in, and the Voyagers will walk off Aftershock in the bottom of the 7th and take this game 15-14 and give themselves a date with the Orioles. As we see the celebration, the Voyagers smiles and hugs around, and a class act here as the handshakes happen. Hard-fought battle between the two sides. Aftershock again. Some disappointment on their home turf, settling for third at their second straight Canadian championships. And the Voyagers continue their magical run. Add one more step to the race that they have started, and it's now even further for them in their second ever Canadian championships. As we see the handshakes, we will step aside, but we'll be back with the Voyagers and Orioles final after this.
It's all good. There we go. Slide that in. There's the weight. KK. Thanks, buddy.
Who's that? I'm like, fucking Cheddar. I came in for a swing and he knows better. Should have melted it. No. Yeah, that's what I thought you were going to do. Oh, yeah, I thought I was going to too. Just rolled it over. Yeah, just rolled it over. I put a good swing on it too. I just missed it. I got the inside of the barrel instead of the barrel. I'm happy for Tangas. He was awesome in Quebec. He was our best player in Quebec. Yeah. And then he was still very good in Nova Scotia. And we respect definitely about that. How's he doing? Good. I think he's only made like 1 or 2 mistakes, but other than that, he's been good. But like, all week, man. For real, like the thing is, so you know how you go through Super Series where it's like, yeah, with that game and you sit a game, and then you get your own head, and then you got to touch the next game. Yeah, imagine that over 8 days, right? It just compounds. I had a great round robin. Well, they want me to do play-by-play. I figure it makes sense. Where I should have homered and put it out, and then I should have homered and put it out. So I get more swing than you knew it. I got to get the lineup. Maybe. Did they even put in their lineup yet? No. Okay, go get it, buddy. That's the message, right? Go get it. Great cheers. You probably want to sit down, don't you? Nicest guy in softball. You know that. No.
pitching off Bobby. So the other guy's playing third then. That's a weird spot for Nebel.
Yeah, at the O's, theirs is missing, so.
No, what would he be playing? He's not playing.
Nebel? What's the
7. No?
Nebel's likely playing second base.
First.
3?
He's got to be. They put 1 for first instead of 3. Yeah.
Who's playing 4? Gates? Hurry up, I can't write very fast. Hey, new girlfriend. Are you finding out? Yeah, we broke up already, okay? You know that, I can't talk to anybody.
To be the best, you've got to ring performance from every second. The game is getting faster every season. So Rawlings made a time machine to help you keep up. Introducing the all-new Velo ACP. It's light, it's balanced, so you can pick your pitch and drive the ball with maximum exit velocity. The game's gotten faster. Your bat has too.
Ladies and gentlemen, watching here live stream JYT Media on YouTube, welcome as we're in the finals gold medal game here for the 2023 Canadian Championships Men's Division. Before first pitch, I'll explain to you how this works. Orioles, the undefeated team here, they'll have to lose twice in order to lose the gold medal. The Voyagers have to then win twice. So 2 wins for the Voyagers, they claim the gold medal for this year's Canadian Championship. 1 win for the Orioles, and that is the end of the tournament. But here we go. We're going to get ready. Darren Bell leading things off for the Voyagers here, their pitcher. The pitch comes in, just misses for a ball. It's 2-1. That pitch grounded. Kemp, the shortstop, picks it up but cannot settle himself to make the throw. Will hold on, and that'll be an infield single. That ball grounded foul down the third base side. This is Justin Mabe at the plate. The pitch hit, and that'll go into left field for a base hit. Luke Richard came in to run for the pitcher, Darren Bell, so he'll move up to second. That puts Mabe at first. Now the third batter in the order, number 95, Luke Young. His first plate appearance of the championship. That pitch comes in, strike, puts him behind 1-2. That pitch looped into left field. Over, that ball is caught. Runners stay put. as that was Kyle Nechtel in left field making the catch. It's going to bring up number 22, David Rayberg. The pitch comes in, catches deep for a strike, putting Rayberg down on the count 1-2. The pitch, that'll miss inside, evening the count 2-2. That pitch up in the air. And that will go to the shortstop for an out. That'll be out number 2. Two balls, 2 strikes, the count here on Lee Holman. Holman drives one, takes a hop over to the middle infielder, flips over to Gates at second, and that ends the inning. No runs across for the Voyagers. The Orioles now with their first opportunity at the plate. They are absolutely fired up here. The Orioles have a bit of a different looking lineup for this game. Starting things off will be number 19, Steele Lewis. Batting second, number 34, Colin Andrews. And then in the third hole due up is number 15, Ryan Gates. Steele Lewis. A very smooth swinging hitter here for the Orioles. He'll look to start things off with a base hit. First pitch, illegal high. Setting the cap early as home plate umpire Mark DeCoste. That pitch, Steele Lewis flies that one into left field. And it'll drop. Steele Lewis trots into second base, and the left fielder looks like he might have tweaked something in his leg as he's hobbling there back to his position. Have to keep an eye on that. So that puts Steele Lewis on second base. And Colin Andrews now at the plate. Number 34, Colin Andrews. Rips that one just foul. Down the first baseline. That was absolutely laced down the line, just squeezing foul. That pitch illegal early on the low side, called by home plate umpire. Even the count, 2-2. The pitch. Grounded over to first, it's bobbled. and Andrews will reach. Calling that an error as that was not fielded cleanly by the first baseman. So the error allows Andrews to reach first and Steele Lewis to move over to third. Runners on the corners. Nobody out. And that brings up Ryan Gates. That ball misses deep. Time is called here. So we have something going on here at the Voyagers bench. Oh, he cut his hand. So with blood visible, have to cover that up. They'll take a few seconds to clean it up. Well, we have some time. I'm going to introduce the umpiring crew for this gold medal game. At the plates, home plate umpire out of Kamoka, Ontario, is Mark DeCosse. At first base, out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, Phil Cormier. And at second base, out of Chatham, Ontario, is Rodney Juniper. We have a wide look here. You can see down the third base line. All the fans in the stands here. As everybody is packed around. Ready for this game. The first baseman still getting tended to here by the coaching staff of the Voyagers, trying to keep the blood from pouring. It looks like he gets things taped up. And now again, Ryan Gates gonna be up at the plate. Runners on the corners. That's Steele Lewis at third and Colin Andrews at first. The pitch. Gates hits that one towards the left center field gap. That's going back. And it'll leave the yard. Gates gives the Orioles a 3-0 lead on that home run. Hugs and high fives all around. That brings up now number 41, Kyle Nechtel. Nobody out here, bottom half of the first. The pitch, illegal on the high side. Great early call there by Mark DeCosse at home plate. 2 balls and a strike now on Nechtel. That pitch comes in, just miss. And Nechtel now ahead in the count, 3-1. That pitch comes in, runs the count full, 3-2. The payoff pitch next here coming to Kyle Nechtel. The pitch, that'll be ball 4. That'll put a runner on. Bringing up number 27, Curtis Niebel. That ball hit down the left field line. Foul, out of play. So now he finds himself behind in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That pitch illegal, running the count to 2-2. That ball scooped up, throw over to first. That'll be in time as nobody in the middle infield went towards second. So they'll take the fielder's choice out at first, and that records the first out of the inning. Nebel not pleased with that hit. The pitch, that misses for a ball. That pitch illegal. So that runs the count to 3-1. Landry hits that one over to second, on to first. And that is the second out of the inning. Still a runner on second base. And this brings up Jeff Kemp. The pitch, missing outside for a ball. Pitch, Kemp puts that one high and deep, but not enough to get out of here. It'll be caught by the left fielder, and that ends the first inning. Left fielder Kyle It was Justin Mabe who made that catch. And we're going to go, but we'll be right back after words from our sponsors.
To be the best, you've got to ring performance from every second. The game is getting faster every season. So Rawlings made a time machine to help you keep up. Introducing the all-new Velo ACP. It's light, it's balanced, so you can pick your pitch and drive the ball with maximum exit velocity. The game's gotten faster. Your bat has too.
We're back here, starting in the top half of the second inning. As Bob Longmuir of the Orioles gets the ball, he's getting his spot on the mound, throws his warm-up pitch. As we get ready to start here, number 10, Jesse Holman. He hits one through. Kemp at short with the throw. Over to Nebo at first, makes the play, and that's the first out of the inning. This is Richard Tingley, number 33 now, up at the plate for Nova Scotia. Wayne Parent just outside of our screen, directing traffic in the outfield. That pitch looped into right field. Not going to be caught. That'll drop as a fair ball. And that brings up number 91, Lane Braidwood. He did not start in the bronze medal game, but he will crack into the starting lineup here. That pitch comes in for a strike, puts Braidwood now behind in the count, 1-2. The pitch, illegal high, right away out of the hand of Longmuir. Home plate umpire Mark DeCoste makes the call, evens the count. Orioles not happy with those illegal calls. That ball put in play. Throw across the diamond over to first. In time. Record the second out of the inning. It's a 5-3 put out in the book. That throw was long across the diamond. Brings up Josh George, number 53. The pitch. George puts that one, and that'll get down into right center field. Still Lewis over in center. He grabs it. The Voyagers put their first run of the game on the board with George's RBI single. Peveril, and Sean Peveril up now. That catches the back edge of the mat for a strike. Pitch called illegal. Will even the count up 2-2. That pitch hit into center field. Steele Lewis not really having to move, and that will be the third out of the inning. The Orioles still up by 2 here, leading 3-1, heading into the bottom half of the second. We'll step away as we'll have words from our sponsors. We're back here, getting ready for the bottom half of the second inning. The Orioles have a 2-run lead by the count of 3-1. Leading things off will be Brian Bell. That pitch just missing the outside for a ball. 2-1 the count now on Bell. That pitch hit down the right field line. Does it have enough? It sure does. And Bell puts another run on the board. It's 4-1. That brings up the pitcher of the Orioles, Bob Longmuir. That pitch illegal on the high side. The pitch misses inside. It's 3-1 here now on Longmuir. That pitch comes in and will make the count full, 3-2. Payoff pitch coming here. The pitch outside, hit over to second, on to first for the outs. That'll be the first out of the inning, as now it's Mike Houston up at the plate. He'll be the bottom of the order here. So he's looking to roll to the top. That pitch just missing deep for a ball. Couldn't miss by any much than a ball lace. That pitch called high. It'll be 3-1 the count to Houston. That pitch catches the back of the mat. Will run the count full. The payoff pitch on its way. The pitch. Houston grounds that one. Over to second. On to first. Safe off the bag. The throw high. Taking the first baseman. Lee Holman off the bag at first. And that will go as an error on the play. So now it brings up top of the order, Steele Lewis. That pitch misses for a ball. The pitch lined on a rope out to left center field. And that will leave the yard for a 2-run shot. Put 2 more on the board. It's 6-1 for the Orioles. Bottom of 2. Colin Andrews now at the plate. Look to keep this rolling here. The pitch, illegal high right away out of the hand of the pitcher, Mark Cost. Home plate umpire right on that one. That pitch skied into left field. Just shy of the fence for the outs. That's Justin Mabe who made the catch in left field. Second out of the inning. That brings up Ryan Gates, who his last at bat hit a home run. Nobody on here, 2 outs. Looks to put the ball in play, does Gates. No pitch, as the umpire did not give him the play ball signal. Here we go, 1-1 the count. The pitch. That will come in on the outside part of the mat for a strike. It's 1-2. Gates now trails the count. That pitch just missing on the outside for 2-2 count now. The pitch sticking to the outside part, missing there. So now it's run full, 3-2. Payoff pitch on its way. Here it is. Gatesy draws the walk. And now that brings up Kyle Nechtel. Nechtel awaits his first pitch. Here it is. That ball just inside, missing for a ball. That'll be 2-1. The pitch just missing again on the inside. 3-1 the count now. Nechtel way up. The pitch will go in for a strike, and that runs the count full, 3-2. Payoff pitch on its way. Nechtel will foul that one off and foul out for the third out of the inning. And that's going to end the second inning. We go to the top half. The Orioles have a 6-1 lead. We'll be back after a brief message from our sponsors. Welcome back here. Going to the top half of the third inning. The Voyagers down by 5, 6-1. They'll look to start something here offensively. Leading things off will be Eric Rose. It's the bottom of the order, so it'll be bottom top deal up here for the Voyagers. That pitch lifted, shallow, center field, left center. Steele Lewis comes in out of center field, makes the catch, and records the first out of the inning. And that brings up Darren Bell, their pitcher, looking to help his cause and get something started. The pitch. Driven into right center field. Over. Steele Lewis makes the sliding catch. And then that throw misses the infielder. But nonetheless, a great running catch by Steele Lewis on the slide. He has recorded both outs so far. And that's going to bring up Justin Mabe, who plays left field for the Voyagers. The pitch. Comes in for a strike on the inside part of the mat. That moves the count to 1-2. The pitch. That ball is hit. And line just over the head of Kemp at short. So that'll be a base hit for Mabe. That's going to bring up Luke Young. That pitch misses outside for a ball. 2-1 the count. The pitch. That ball is absolutely lifted to left field. That ball is into the trees. And that is a 2-run shot. Put it on the board. It's 6-3 now. Orioles still have the lead. It's been cut in half. David Rayberg, he hits one to left field. That's a towering shot. It has a chance to go, and it will. Back-to-back jacks for the Voyagers. They cut the lead to 2. It's 6-4. Top of the third inning. This with 2 outs as well. And that's going to bring up Lee Holman now. The pitch. Holman. And he'll squeak that one through into left field for a base hit. He'll stop at first. And that's going to bring up Jesse Holman.
Come on, Jesse!
Got a look at Holman getting set in the box, ready to go. Play ball is issued. The pitch. Swung right back at Longmire, and he stares him down. And that stirs up some animosity between the two teams. That ball scorched right back up the middle. And we'll be back with more after words from our sponsors. We're back, bottom half of the third inning. Orioles leading 6-4. We are looking at the bottom of the third inning. The Orioles will look to separate here. The pitch comes in for a strike, puts Curtis Nebel behind in the count 1-2. He's now going to be in defense mode. The pitch. He scorches that one into right center field, a base hit. Hard out of the box. Big turn, he'll put on the brakes and return to first for a base hit. Craig Landry now, number 91, at the plate. The pitch. Landry skies that one into left center field. Over is the left fielder. He'll make the catch. Nebel bluffs that tag from first and will not go on the play. So that is the first out of the inning, leaving that runner at first base. And here's Jeff Kemp. The pitch. Missing deep and inside for a ball. It's 2-1. That pitch is illegal high. Three and one. The pitch. That pitch comes in for a strike. It's now full. 3-2. The payoff pitch on its way. The pitch. Kemp ropes that one down, and that'll drop into left field. Nebel around second. He'll head to third. Kemp stops at first. Put runners on the corners with one out. The Orioles looking to start cooking something here. Bottom half of the third inning. And now it's going to be Brian Bell up at the plate. A couple runners on. He might look to put one into the trees. The pitch comes in, strike, puts Bell in behind 1-2. Bell hits that one on the ground. Over to second, off, and a double play ends the inning. As we now go to the top half of the fourth inning. Orioles still lead by 2. We'll be back as we have words from our sponsors. We're back here, getting ready for the top half of the fourth inning. Gonna lead things off for the Voyagers. Is 33, Richard Tingley. The pitch. Just outside, missing the back corner. Running the count to 2-1. The pitch again in. Tingley hits that one into left center field. Back goes Lewis at the fence. He will make the catch and record the first out of the inning. And this is going to bring up number 91, Lane Braidwood. The pitch. Yes, it catches the front of the mat for a strike. He puts Braidwood in behind the count, 1-2. The pitch again. Braidwood lines that one into right field. And that'll be a base hit single.
Stay hard, Josh, let's go. Stay hard, hey, let's go.
Josh George now up the plate. That pitch hit into right field. That'll get down in front of Houston. And a good defensive choice there. Keep the force on, as now it's runners on the corners. 1 out. Looks like the Voyagers will be making a change here. It looks like the number 21, Sean Peveril. And Luke Richard will be coming in to bat in place of Sean Peveril. That pitch illegal. Longmer not happy about that, asking why, but he gets reset. Pitch comes in. That ball hit, and that'll get down into center field. That will cash 1 run. And the runner from first will go all the way to third. Keep runners on the corners. It's 6-5. The Voyagers making their way back. Eric Rose coming out of the game, and Brett Delooney, number 44, going to come in for a swing. Runners on the corners. The pitch will be outside for a ball. 2-1 on Delooney, coming in for his first plate appearance. That pitch illegal on the low side. Runs the count to 3-1. Delooney up in the count here. That pitch just catching the back corner. Running the count full, 3-2. The payoff pitch comes, and that'll be a base hit down into right field. That cashes the tying run and moves the runner from first over to third. Keep runners on the corners. This game is tied 6-6. And that's going to bring up the top of the order, Darren Bell. And a re-entry here. Eric Rose coming back into the game for Delooney to run at first base. The pitch, grounded, tough hop. He will slide in safely. Rodney Juniper, the second base umpire, right on top of that play and makes the call. So that'll now bring in Luke Richard as the pitcher runner. 7-6 now, the Voyagers up. Brings up Justin Mabe. The pitch. Just deep for a ball. 2-1. That pitch is in there for a strike, evens the count, 2-2. That pitch skied up. Infield fly rule in effect. Batter would have been out automatically. That ball is caught for the second out. So that takes off now, the infield fly. 2 outs. Number 95, Luke Young, 2 runners on. He'll look to put one into orbit. That ball is laced. Over to second, he'll beat that out. Yes, bases will be loaded here. That brings up David Rayberg. He'll look to do some damage here with 2 outs. 2 runners on, in scoring position. Bases are loaded. He hits one on the ground. Kemp over to Gates at second, and that will be a 6-4 putout. And the Voyagers again strand the bases loaded, but do come away with the 7-6 lead going into the bottom of the 4th. We'll be back with more action of the gold medal game here at Slow Pitch City right after words from our sponsors. We're back here. Slow Pitch City Diamond 1. It is the gold medal game during the 2023 Canadian Championships Men's Division. Again, explain it to the viewers if you've just joined us. The Orioles, the undefeated team here, have to lose twice in order to lose the gold medal. So the Voyagers have to beat them twice. A win once for the Orioles, that gives them the championship. Bob Longmer leads things off. Fly ball into right field. Right fielder there gets underneath it and records the first out. That's going to bring up Mike Houston. Pitch, illegal on the high side. Very consistent. His home plate umpire, Mark DeCoste, on that. Houston into center field. That hangs up just too much as the center fielder makes the catch and records the second out of the inning. Orioles now top of the order. Steele Lewis. That pitch deep for a ball. 2-1 the count now. The pitch. Just missing deep. Steele Lewis ahead in the count now, 3-1. A pitch in for a strike. Will run the count full, 3-2. The pitch. Grounded. And he will have a single. Beats out that infield single now. And that's going to be Colin Andrews up to the plate. 2 outs. Pitch. As that ball is hit into right field. And that will leave the yard and give the Orioles the lead back. Make it 8-7. It's a 1-run lead now for the Orioles here in the bottom half of the 4th inning with 2 outs. And that's going to be Ryan Gates now up to the plate. Ryan Gates going to look to keep this 2-out momentum rolling here. Here's the pitch. Illegal on the high side. Running the count to 2-1. The pitch. He tries to slash that one opposite field, and that will get out of play in a hurry. And that'll even the count up 2-2. Just over the head of the fans down the third base side. Had to keep their eyes up and heads in the game here. The pitch. Hit to left field. That's high and deep to the fence. And out of here. Gates with his 2nd home run of the game. Makes it 9-7 Orioles. Still with 2 outs. Bottom of the 4th. Kyle Knechtel now up at the plate. That pitch comes in deep outside for a strike. The pitch. Kyle Knechtel drives that one on a line. And that one will get out. Another solo home run. Make it 10-7. When you have a 7-run cap of 7 home run cap, hitting solos is not exactly what the batters want. But in a game like this, all the runs count. That pitch comes in just flat, just below the 6-foot minimum here, and that will be a ball. The next pitch. Nebel hits that one down the left field line. That is tailing, and will be foul down the line. And that'll run the count to 2 balls, 2 strikes. That pitch high. Running the count full, 3-2. Payoff pitch going to be coming here to Nebel. That payoff pitch hit and lines out to first. And the Orioles not too pleased, as they thought that pitch might have been high. But nonetheless, we go to the top of the 5th. The Orioles have a 3-run lead, 10-7. We'll be back with more. But first, words from our sponsors. We're back here. At Diamond 1, Slow Pitch City. Championship game here, 2023 Canadian Championships, men's division. We have the Orioles out of Ontario taking on the Voyagers of Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia does trail by 3, 10-7. That pitch illegal on the low side. Runs the count to 2-1. That ball hit out to right field. And Houston will make the catch. And that's going to bring up number 10, Jesse Holman. That pitch hits for a strike, putting Holman down in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That pitch comes in way outside for a ball, evening the count, 2-2. That pitch, and that pitch is driven into left. But Kyle Nechtel makes the catch for the outs. Outstretched was Nechtel making that catch. And that'll be the second out. Bringing up number 33, Richard Tingley. The pitch. That's in the right field, not deep, and Houston will make the catch. And the Orioles, with that out there, are trying to get themselves fired up as they are getting ready to hit in the bottom half of the 5th inning. We will be back again, but first we have more words from our sponsors.
Out on Ontario, 4 in.
We get official word here. Craig Landry, number 91 for the Orioles, coming out of the lineup. In his place will be number 4, Wayne Parent. He'll come in for his first plate appearance of this game. Looking to jumpstart the offense here for the Orioles. So due up here will be Wayne Parent, Jeff Kemp, and Brian Bell. The pitch just missing for a ball. It's 2-1 to Wayne Parent. The pitch just missing, running the count to 3-1. Wayne Parent steps out. Calls for time to get reset. He is. The pitch takes that one all the way, and it's 3-2. The pitch. Illegal high, and that'll be a walk for Wayne Parent. And that's going to bring up Jeff Kemp. Kemp lines that one. That'll get into left field for a base hit. Parent stops at second. So now that's going to bring up Brian Bell. 2 runners on. The pitch. Bell hits that one into left center field. And that'll be down. And the left fielder hurt on the play. And 2 runs will score on the triple. We now hope the left fielder is okay, as he is in some kind of discomfort out there, limping, holding his hips. And the coach for the Voyagers waving him in, saying there's no point hurting yourself more, but it looks like he wants to stay in. That's number 4, Justin Mabe in left field, trying to walk it off as he clears away what looks like to be loose grass. We also see second base umpire Rodney Juniper out there to make sure everything is okay as well. He will stay in the game. Good to see. As now we get back to action. It's 12-7 now in favor of the Orioles. And Brian Bell ended up at third on that play. That's always a tough one. You see a player hurt, you want to kill the play, but you're not able to, as you got to let the play finish out, unless it was a serious injury and he's unconscious or something like that. But he seems to be all right, just kind of more disappointed in himself. We get a look at him right there. He's like, yeah, I'm fine. Just kind of ticked off that he didn't make the play. So that brings up Bob Longmuir. He hits that one. That gets under the glove of the first baseman. Bell will come in to score. And Longmuir goes into second with a double. And that makes it 13-7 for the Orioles. And the pitcher runner is going to be used. And that's number 74, R.J. Hotz. Going to come in to run for the pitcher. Brings up Mike Houston. And time is called here by the Nova Scotia coach. So he'll go out for a conference. Nobody out here trying to settle the Voyagers down. As we get a look here, the coach more or less probably just going out to say, hey, let's settle things down. He's not out there probably giving a big message. Just more or less wanting to slow it down, try and regroup here, as the O's have put up some runs here in the bottom of the 5th to go up 13-7, and they still have nobody out. The conference breaks up. Coach back to the dugout, players back into their positions, and we're going to get ready to go here. And it's going to be number 21, Mike Houston, up at the plate for the O's. We have a runner on second base, and that is R.J. Hotz, as he came in to run for the pitcher, Bob Longmuir, who went into an RBI double the last play. Here comes the pitch. Houston Lifts that one into left field. That will be caught. Hotz at second base is not able to move up on the play as that ball was always in front of him. So that will be the first out of the inning here, and it's going to bring Steele Lewis to the plate. Pitch. That ball missing deep. The pitch. Inside for a ball. It's 3-1. Lewis ahead in the count. Good hitters count now. That pitch will hit for a strike. It's 3-2. That ball up the middle, caught by the middle infielder off to first, and that'll be an out. Record that one. 10-3, middle infielder to first, and that'll be out number 2. Now that's Colin Andrews. Runner in scoring position. Wants to be able to drive that run in from second here is Andrews. He hits that one. That'll get down into right field. That'll come around, no throw. So that's R.J. Hotz, who is running for Bob Longmire, will come around to score. RBI single for Colin Andrews. Ryan Gates coming up. He does have 2 home runs already on the afternoon. He'll look to maybe put one in play. Maybe hit a third one out here. Gates back in the box. He's set, ready to go. The pitch comes in down the middle. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Put Gates behind in the count. Here's the pitch. That ball comes in well short, evens the count, 2-2. The pitch. Orioles not happy with that pitch there, as they thought that might have been high. But that will end the 5th inning nonetheless. It is top of 6, 14-7 for the Orioles. We'll be back after these words from our sponsor. We're back here, Diamond 1, Slow Pitch City, championship game. Orioles out of Ontario, Voyagers out of Nova Scotia. Top half of the 6th inning here. The Orioles have a 7-run lead over the Voyagers right now, and there's a conversation going on between home plate umpire Mark DeCoste and the coach of the Voyagers. Not too sure exactly what is going on. We're going to get a look at the leadoff hitter here for the Voyagers. It's going to be number 91, Lane Braidwood.
I assume you got that? 13 out, 21 in. Sorry. Yeah.
So it will be Braidwood leading things off, followed by Josh George. Then 21 of Sean Peverell gets put back into the game, and he'll be due up third. Wayne Parent stays in the game. He's now going to be behind the plate. The pitch. Hit, lifted into right field. Over and makes the catch for the first out. Mike Houston makes that play in right field, right close to the fair foul line. Now it's going to bring up 53, Josh George. The pitch comes in for a strike. George now behind the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. The next pitch in, grounded over to Gates at second, over to first to Niebel, and that'll be a 4-3 put out. 2 quick outs here in the top of the 6th for the Orioles. Bringing in 21, Sean Peverell. Longmire with the pitch. Will miss. Deep and outside for a ball. 2-1. That ball skied into the infield. Gates calls it, catches it. 3 up, 3 down for the Voyagers in the top half of the 6th. And that will bring the bottom half of the 6th up. Still a 7-run lead for the Orioles, as they will look to separate here. Up by 7. They want to be up by a bunch more, as there's changes here coming for the Voyagers.
21 out, 17 in. Yeah. 21's done? Yeah. 21 and 13 are done.
Peverell comes out. Not sure who's coming in to play defense for him. It might be number 17. Shane O'Brien. We get a look at Darren Bell, the pitcher. Leading things off for the Orioles here is number 41, Kyle Nechtel. He's been playing left field for the Orioles. Nechtel gets set in the box. Play ball is given. Pitch in. That ball is roped into left center field. A nice diving catch there by the center fielder of the Voyagers. And that is Josh George making that catch. what a grab there as he full extension into a roll to make that catch. Now that brings up 27, Curtis Nebo. That ball hit out to center field, right center field gap. Center fielder catches it for the second out. And now that'll bring up Wayne Parent as he is still in the game for Craig Landry. Wayne Parent's now second plate appearance. Did get on base his last at bat. The pitch inside for a ball. 2 balls and a strike to Wayne Parent. Looks to keep this going with 2 outs. The pitch hit right back up the middle where it came from. And Wayne Parent shoots a rope into center field. That'll be a 2-out base hit, runner on first. And that's going to bring, I think, another change here. Landry going to come back in to run at first base. And now Jeff Kemp going to come up to the plate. Wayne Parent does his job, gets on base. Comes out of the game. Jeff Kemp now in the box. He's set, ready to go. Here's the pitch. That ball lifted into left center field. High, deep. Just dies at the fence. Left fielder makes the catch. And that'll end the 6th inning. We go to the 7th. The Orioles away, 3 outs away from a gold medal. And we'll be back with more after words from our sponsors. We're back, top of the 7th. As a preemptive here, the medals are present. As the Voyagers trail by 7, they look for a comeback here. The Orioles need 3 outs before those 7 runs come across.
3 out, 44 in.
So Brett Delooney will come in. Place of Eric Rose. We're ready. Pitch comes in. That ball hit opposite field. That'll go out of play. And now Delooney down in the count, 1-2. Has to fight to stay alive here. Put one in between the lines. The pitch. Absolutely tattooed into right center field. Does it have enough? It does not. It's well in here. As that was Steele Lewis out of center field. Making the catch. It's 1 out.
Come on, Bells.
And now the Voyagers trying to stay up, stay loud here as their pitcher, Darren Bell, is up at the plate, looking to start something here. The pitch, that's grounded.